Chapter 999. 3 for 1. Han Xiaoxin was shocked. The dynasty seemed to have really invested a lot. Just in terms of quantity, they were indeed very sincere. A universal civilization had the technology to create universal treasures. Coupled with their many years of accumulation, their foundation was very solid. Bekarodi touched the table, and a virtual screen popped up in front of Han Xiao. This is the exchange list provided by the dynasty. You can choose 3 from it. Han Xiao took a look and understood that the universal treasures on the list were not all of the dynasty's wealth. After thinking for a while, he asked, "What if I want other universal treasures of the dynasty?" If you want to exchange for universal treasures that are not on the list, there won't be 3 for 1 treatment. Some of the more important strategic universal treasures to the dynasty cannot be exchanged with you. You have to understand this. Other than that, if you have a custom universal treasure request, you can also bring it up to the dynasty. "This will need to be reviewed," Bekarodi said. "This is within my expectations." Han Xiao nodded. Thinking about it, the dynasty's 3 for 1 treatment was definitely not unlimited. It was impossible for them to use their own strategic universal treasures to exchange for the evolution cube. Those that were willing to exchange were mostly universal treasures that could be used individually and were not of much help to the civilization as a whole. The importance of universal treasures depended on their specific function. In Han Zhao's opinion, this thing was like magic treasures. The best were some unexplainable space wonders, such as the space-time amber. There were all kinds of man-made universal treasures, such as Austin's Palace of Hidden Spells, Bayone's Land of Fire Core, Radiance's multidimensional sky opening transportation device, Ethereal's 10,000 deity scepter, and so on. The evolution cube was the technological core of the evolutionary civilization. Its technology had long been lost, and it was equipped with a series of applied technologies. Now that ES God's legacy was exposed, many advanced civilizations had obtained this technological information. This meant that whoever obtained the evolution cube would be able to inherit part of the core technology of a quasi-universal civilization. Han Xiao pondered and carefully browsed through the exchange list again, secretly analyzing the pros and cons. During the World Tree War, in his previous life, the 3 universal civilizations had taken out a large number of universal treasures to arm the beyond grade as of the universe. Many of the universal treasures on the list had shown their effects. Among them, the majority were magical equipment and mechanical equipment. Most of them were single-target combat equipment, such as armor, melee weapons, special devices, and so on. There was even a complete gold equipment set created by the divine blacksmith Thorn, which was ranked 5th among Thorn's 100 legendary works. A small portion of them were universal treasures with special effects. Han Xiao had basically understood them in his previous life. For example, there was something called a shadow lantern. The wick of the lantern was a fragment of the shadow dimension's origin energy, and the light it emitted was the shadow. It had many special effects, and the main effect was that it could open a dimensional door and transform the area into the dangerous shadow dimension, changing the nature of the existences of the things in the area. Another example was the Key of Destruction. This was one of the representative technologies of the Red Empire. It could be mass-produced, and even ordinary people could use it. Its effect was to remotely summon the firepower of the various armies of the dynasty. This required the cooperation of the dynasty's armies. Most of the dynasty's armies were equipped with the Key of Destruction. Once the Key of Destruction was activated, it would temporarily open up a special energy storage space. At the same time, it would form a channel outside the cannons of these armies, which would last for a few seconds to a few minutes. During this time, the armies would receive the signal and immediately launch their cannons. All the energy would be stored in this temporarily opened secondary dimension. The Key of Destruction, on the other hand, was able to open up a passageway on the other side of the passageway. The Key of Destruction was able to unleash a barrage of attacks from the spaceship's cannons, using powerful firepower to attack from all angles. The range of the attack was extremely wide, enough to wipe out everything in the area. The instantaneous, explosive power of the Key of Destruction was even higher than that of the primordial psionic energy. However, because the key of destruction was an indiscriminate attack. It was basically only used to counterattack or when the enemy was outnumbered. Compared to the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device, the key of destruction was not as flexible. It would be restricted by the space, stabilizing anchor, space-time magic, psionic seal ring, and so on. However, it had its own advantages. It was portable, mass-produced, and there was no threshold. As long as one knew how to operate it, even ordinary people could use it. However, it was not for sale. The dynasty would only distribute it in batches when carrying out special missions. If caught off guard, even ordinary beyond grade, as would be killed by the terrifying firepower of the key of destruction. During the exploration era, the dynasty had used this technology to kill quite a few primordial ones, turning them into ashes. However, with the development of the space technology of the various civilizations, the key of destruction was now a little outdated. Everyone would be wary of the dynasty's move. Other than these, there were also some miscellaneous items, such as the golden mechanical blueprints left behind by beyond grade A mechanics and the magic forging blueprints left behind by mages. The dynasty had a lot of things in their inventory, and they wanted to use the universal treasures that they did not need to exchange for the evolution cube. As for the items that the dynasty did not understand, of course, they would not put them in the list. Han Xiao wanted to pick them up, but the other party did not give him the chance. After waiting patiently for a while, Bekarodi asked, "How is it? Have you made a decision?" Han Xiao pondered for a few seconds before shaking his head. "It's a little sudden. I haven't decided yet, so I can't give you an answer now. Let me think about it for a while." Sure." Bekarodi nodded. "I believe that after careful consideration, you will make a wise choice. Don't let down the dynasty's sincerity. I hope you can make a decision before the flickering world opens." "We'll see." Han Xiao nodded, stood up, and followed the other party's secretary out of the room. Leaving the government building, he headed to the small base where his mechanical army was stored. Along the way, he was thinking about the pros and cons. First, there were benefits. If he handed over the evolution cube, he would be able to exchange it for 3 universal treasures. According to the items on the list, he should be able to exchange them for combat universal treasures. Of course, they would be useful, but exchanging one strategic treasure for 3 pieces of equipment meant for fighting. Han Xiao felt that it was a little lacking. It was like being at the end of the 20th century. He clearly had the technological information of the future internet in his hands, and the profit margin was huge, but he used the information to exchange for a few fighter jets. The analogy might not be appropriate, but it gave him a similar feeling. It would be best if he could give it away for free, but that would be wishful thinking. There were also additional benefits, which was that the Black Star Corps would no longer be at the center of the storm. Sorokin's limitless financial group would probably not continue to cause trouble, and he would not have to worry about Radiance and Ethereal launching another surprise attack. This could be exchanged for long-term, stable development, and the past grudges were not included. As for the effects of losing the evolution cube, Han Xiao also analyzed it for himself. The evolution cube was a unique strategic treasure. Although it did not have any combat capability, its effects were reflected in all aspects of the faction's development. If he handed it over to the dynasty, the Black Star Corps would lose this faction specialty, and its attraction to the players and other characters would definitely decrease. For example, Ening would not be so enthusiastic toward him today. Now that he had the flickering world as his foundation, the interests created by the evolution cube were gradually stabilizing. However, the business of the evolution cube was still an important pillar of the army's finances. Handing over the evolution cube was equivalent to handing over the terrifying profits of the evolutionary totem to the dynasty. The expansion and maintenance of the Black Star Corps required a huge amount of funds. Without the totem trade, there would be a huge loss of cash flow, which would cause the size of the army to shrink. At the very least, it would slow down the speed of expansion. This was an inevitable outcome. Although he still had to consider the dynasty's intentions when using the evolution cube, due to the covenant, he still had the rights to it. Once he lost the rights to it, the meaning would be different. This meant that the other organizations would no longer need to cooperate with the Black Star Corps and could directly approach the dynasty to obtain the Evolution Cube services. He would be kicked out of the game. This would more or less affect the various businesses of the army, and the financial losses would not only be limited to the totem trade itself. Furthermore, if he wanted the services of the Evolution Cube in the future, he would have to use contribution points or money to exchange for them from the dynasty. At the same time, without the uniqueness of the Evolution Cube, the influence of the Black Star Corps would also decrease. No matter how famous he was or how good he was at fighting, if he could not give others the benefits they wanted, the number of people who would buy into him would naturally decrease. In conclusion, if he handed over the Evolution Cube, it would be much more difficult for the Black Star Corps to continue growing. Han Shao was not sure if the dynasty had any deeper intentions of restricting the growth of the Black Star Corps. Did they feel that his army had developed to this point and was already sufficient? Logically speaking, that should not be the case. However, the thoughts of those in power were always hard to guess. The Mecha Empire was an example. Although Radiance did not regret it, if they could do it again, they might not wish for the Mecha Empire to grow to such an extent. However, if they rejected the dynasty's proposal, there would be trouble. From Beccaroti's words, Han Shao smelled a different subtext. The dynasty was in a hurry to obtain the Evolution Cube. Did they have the intention of publicizing the totem sale rights? Otherwise, why would they wait until now to bring it up? After the opening of the Flickering World, countless organizations would swarm in, which would definitely impact the dynasty. If they open up the sales right now, apart from the massive profits, the pressure on the dynasty would also be greatly reduced. Their control over the Flickering World would become unbreakable, and they would not be afraid of external impacts. This was hard to say. Han Shao did not have enough information in his hands, so he did not dare say what the dynasty was thinking. If that was really the case, then rejecting the proposal would be disrupting the dynasty's strategic deployment, which would be tantamount to not knowing what was good for him. Beccaroti represented the dynasty to show sincerity. His tone was polite, and his attitude could be considered sincere. However, it was actually a disguised form of coercion. If he were to reject it, some of the dynasty's upper echelons might think that he did not know what was good for him and would be dissatisfied. Han Technician believed that if he refused to hand over the Evolution Cube, the dynasty would not give up easily and would most likely use unknown methods. It was impossible for them to snatch their allies, but they would definitely use all sorts of tricks. This is really a difficult problem for me, Han Shao sighed. It was difficult for him to make a choice. When the evolutionary totem was born, he knew that there would definitely be trouble in the future. However, the dynasty had helped him withstand the pressure for more than 20 years, and this trouble had finally found him. I have to think about it. I'll contact Unravel in a few days and see what she thinks, Han Shao thought to himself. Not long after Han Shao left, a figure walked into Beccaroti's conference room. It was God. After more than 10 years, God had accumulated enough military experience and was summoned back by the dynasty. He was officially groomed with the same batch of Calamity grade supers with potential. The birth of a Beyond grade A was filled with uncertainties. Even universal civilization would not be able to mass-produce them. Therefore, the method they adopted was to spread the net wide while grooming batch after batch of Calamity grade supers. Due to the large number of talents and advanced grooming methods, the conversion rate was not zero, and the interval between the production was not fixed. Dark Emperor and Claudia were both Beyond grade as groomed by the dynasty in this way. At this moment, God was wearing a special dynasty military uniform without any insignia. He was skinny, and his appearance was no different from more than 10 years ago. "You're here. Have a seat." Beccaroti saw him and nodded. God sat where Han Shao was and smiled. "How did it go?" "Not sure. It's best if Black Star agrees. It'll save us a lot of trouble. With such a good offer, I don't think he'll reject it. Black Star is a smart person." God smiled and did not say anything. It's hard to say. According to Black Star's character model, he's a typical profit seeker. 3 for 1 might not even move him. The probability of him rejecting it is 63%. Beccarotti shook his head and changed the topic. Let's not talk about him. Regardless of whether he agrees or not, we'll need your Esper ability to analyze the principles of the evolution energy. I'm always ready. God smiled. I know your Esper ability is unprecedented, but how confident are you that you can analyze the principles of the evolution cube with your Esper ability? Don't wait until the end to say that you can't do it. 0 now. When I reach beyond grade A, I'm 70 to 80% confident. So, when can you reach beyond grade A? Beccarotti asked. God smiled and did not say anything. Seeing this, Beccarotti knew that there was no answer to this question. He shook his head and said, "Anyway, it's good that you know. Remember, as long as you can analyze the mysteries of the evolution cube, you'll have made a great contribution to the dynasty. This will be of great help to your promotion, and Her Excellency will pay more attention to you." He firmly supported handing over the evolution cube. Originally, he could only rely on Sorokin to exert pressure on the Black Star Corps. However, due to the cooperation between the Black Star Corps and the Germinal Financial Group, there were not many results. Only when God entered his sight did Beccarotti see new hope. As a potential super nurtured by the dynasty, God had been roped in by many factions in the dynasty in the past decade or so. Among them, the faction with the closest relationship was the hardline faction that Beccarotti belonged to. They had invested in him long ago and branded him as a faction. After pausing for a while, Beccarotti changed the topic. Let's put this aside for now. Tell me about the primal chaos mysterious energy you mentioned. This is information leaked from God's inheritance. This primal Esper ability entity is very dangerous. If you can't become its host, even a calamity grade will die from the backlash. Isn't your idea too risky? It's not risky. Beccarotti frowned. Are you sure your Esper ability can control the primal chaos mysterious energy when you're calamity grade? Yes, this will allow me to reach beyond grade faster and grow faster. God chuckled. Humph, you'd better be confident, Beccarotti said in a deep voice. The primal chaos mysterious energy is information from God's inheritance. This copy did not fall into the hands of the dynasty. You obtained this information from other organizations and gave it to the dynasty. This is very good. When the time comes, other organizations will try to snatch the primal chaos mysterious energy, and the dynasty will intervene. I've already submitted your application. The dynasty is still reviewing whether or not you can use the primal chaos mysterious energy. Not bad. God smiled. Chapter 1000. Deactivating the Lord's Avatar. Han Zhao's consciousness returned to his main body, and the scene before him changed back to the divine mechanical throne room in the Black Star Palace in the flickering world. He took off the evolution cube from his neck and held it in front of him for a closer look. The small silver cube reflected a faint light. It's been more than 20 years since I got you from Cisco. Han Zhao stroked the evolution cube, and a sense of familiarity rose from the bottom of his heart. According to the incomplete information of the evolutionary civilization in God's inheritance, Han Zhao had already resonated with the evolution cube and formed a soul connection. If he handed it over to the dynasty, he did not know if the dynasty would ask him to cut off the connection and replace it with a direct beyond grade, like the Dark Emperor. Shaking his head, Han Zhao temporarily suppressed this matter in his heart and slowly considered it. He put on the evolution cube again, stood up, and left the room, heading toward the inner ring base outside the palace to find Fu Ding. Looking at Philip's surveillance screen, he saw that Fu Ding was chatting with Aurora, Hardaway, and the others in the old officers' activity center. Han Zhao took a floating vehicle into the base and came to the exclusive activity room of the Black Star Guards. As soon as he entered the room, he heard Hardaway's triumphant voice. I can feel it. A few days ago, my Esper ability strength improved again, and there are subtle changes in my genes. I feel that the door to Beyond Grade A has opened for me. Aurora looked at Fu Ding. How many times has he said this? The 233rd time. Fu Ding chuckled. That's right. He says he's going to reach Beyond Grade A every day, but it's been more than 10 years, and there's been no movement at all. Aurora could not help but complain. You guys don't believe me. Every time I spar with the army commander's apostle weapons, I've improved just a little. Hardaway snorted. Spar? You're talking about getting beaten up, right? Fu Ding shrugged. What's wrong with getting beaten up? That's my Esper ability. Hardaway was indignant. At least I lasted longer than you. No matter what, I'm Black Star trump card. Hardaway's Esper ability was to increase his body's defense and toughness. Getting beaten up was how he transformed his species. Using external force to modify his cells and genes was like using the hands of others to forge himself. Because he was already a peak calamity grade super, only now, the attacks of a beyond grade, a super could stimulate his transformation. After the apostle weapons, led by Psionic Prime, appeared, Han Shao handed over the task of beating up Hadavi to the apostle weapons. As he continued to grow stronger, the strength of the apostle weapons also increased, since they were able to fight against beyond grade, as they were naturally able to beat up calamity grades. Hadavi would occasionally look for the apostle weapons to spar with. Due to his outstanding defense, he was able to last a long time in the hands of the apostle weapons, surpassing the other Black Star guards. After being beaten up for more than 20 years, Hardaway's improvement had increased significantly. As a beyond grade A seed, he had always prided himself as the #1 general of the army. This time, everyone heard footsteps and turned to look at Han Shao. They all stood up to greet him. Sit down. I'm just here to take a look. Han Shao waved his hand and walked to Fu Ding's side, grabbing his shoulder. Again, Fu Ding was helpless. He raised his hand to punch Han Xiao's chest, but did not struggle. After so many years, he was already used to it. The friendship between men was very simple. The more they touched, the better their relationship would become. Now, as Black Star's reputation grew, more and more officers felt restrained in front of Han Shao. In the army, only a few of his old friends, including Fu Ding, could be so casual in front of Han Shao. As Han Shao rubbed his luck in satisfaction, he turned to look at Aurora, sized her up, and asked, "How's your life energy accumulation going?" Aurora smiled. "It's already very large. I can feel that in another half a year, I will be able to cross the threshold of the calamity grade." Hearing this, Han Shao nodded. Aurora's life force Esper ability allowed her life force to increase every second, causing her body to constantly transform, improving her physique, genes, and youth. At grade B, the way to upgrade one's life force Esper ability was different. It was very difficult for Aurora to deliberately train. She had to wait for her life force to automatically accumulate until it exceeded the standard of the next level before she could successfully advance. This method had its pros and cons. The downside was that the progress was slow. Every day, a certain amount of life force would be generated according to one's level. Using her Esper ability to consume life force would cause the progress of her advancement to drop. Previously, Aurora had made many life force potions, but they had yet to reach the calamity grade. However, the benefit was long-term. As long as her life force reached the standard, she would be able to advance naturally. This meant that advancing to beyond grade, it was only a matter of time for her, but it might take hundreds or thousands of years. Speaking of which, Hela stole the life force of others to strengthen herself and speed up her advancement, while Aurora shared her life force with others, slowing down her own growth. Their Esper abilities and advancement methods were completely different. By the way, Uncle, when will my sister return? Aurora could not help but ask. I don't know. Han Shao shook his head. I sent them a message a few days ago, but they didn't reply or pick up my call. Maybe they went to some secondary dimension to adventure and couldn't receive the quantum network signal. Oh, I haven't seen her in so many years. I miss my sister. Aurora puffed up her cheeks, feeling a little depressed. I miss her a little too. Han Shao nodded. I want as well, Hadavi agreed. The two of them immediately turned to stare at him with a "what does this have to do with you" expression. Hardaway crossed his arms in front of his chest and coldly snorted. She's been gone for 20 years, yet she still has the honorary title of captain of the Black Star Guards. Fu Ding is only a temporary captain, and I'm still the vice captain. I can't even find anyone to challenge her position. So that's how it is. Aurora heaved a sigh of relief and patted her trembling chest. I thought you had some thoughts about my sister. Your sister is so cold. How could she be interested in me? Under Han Zhao's gaze, Hardaway coughed dryly and softly muttered, "Besides, I wouldn't dare." When he first joined Black Star, Hardaway did not have much experience. Thus, although he was a beyond grade A seed, he was willing to temporarily submit to Hela and only be a vice captain. Now that so many years had passed, Hardaway had also gone from a rookie to a veteran. His strength had improved, and he had more confidence. Furthermore, Hela had been gone for 20 years. He felt that he had enough experience and did not want to submit to other calamity grades. He wanted a higher position and became the captain of the Black Star Guards. This would be beneficial to his reputation in the universe. The title of captain of the Black Star Corps Black Star Guards was like the chief vanguard official of the Bloodshed Land. While Hardaway was pursuing strength, he would occasionally consider this issue. All right, when Hela returns, as long as you can defeat her, you will be the captain of the Black Star Guards. Han Xiao smiled. All right, it's settled then. Hardaway was energized. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao left the room and walked along the corridor. As soon as he exited, he opened the interface and chose to complete Yin Ying's Beyond Grade A challenge mission. Yin Ying has been completed. You have completed all the mission requirements. You have received 245 billion EXP. You have received Character Summon Card. Yin Ying. Character Summon Card. Yin Ying. Comet Glide. For a short period of time, plus 15% DX, plus 45% movement speed, plus 300% acceleration efficiency, and the upper limit of speed is removed. You can accelerate endlessly for 12 seconds. Number of uses, 0/4. You have received a reward. Draw one of Yin Ying's abilities, ability/talent. Tip: Yin Ying is a pugilist. Some of the abilities have been adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please select one from the following 5 options as the reward. 1. Charge. Endless potential. Ability. Your next melee attack will deal additional damage based on the distance of the charge. The longer the distance, the higher the damage. There is no upper limit. At the same time, you will suffer a recoil and take 70% of the damage from the attack. Cost: 200 energy, 3000 stamina. Cooldown: 240s. To shatter others or to shatter yourself? That is the question. 2. Dark energy absorption. Ability. You can absorb the dark energy in space, recovering 15% to 25% energy each time. Cost: 800 stamina. Cooldown: 24s. 3. Nuclear force, structure reinforcement. Talent. The cells that make up your body form a more stable structure. You gain 12% physical damage resistance. You are immune to true damage, armor piercing, shock, and other special attacks. Non-immune, converted to normal damage. 4. Self-refresh. Ability. Remove all negative statuses except silence and aura lock. Cost: 300 energy. Cooldown: 420s. 5. Repeated critical strike. Ability. Passive. When you accelerate, your melee critical strike rate and critical damage multiplier will increase rapidly. Maximum critical strike rate is 80% and 375% critical damage. When you maintain your speed, this effect is constant. When your speed decreases and you do not recover your peak speed within 2.5s, this effect will decline irreversibly after 8 seconds and return to 0 after 4 seconds. After returning to 0, the cooldown will be 120s. Life is about movement. Run, don't stop. The quality of this draw is quite high. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. He had a molding talent, and the other skills were also very good. Apart from his luck, the main reason was that Yin Ying's abilities were not low on average. After taking a closer look, Han Xiao first eliminated dark energy absorption. Pugilists relied on energy to survive, and this was a very important way to replenish energy. However, he had a more efficient way to recover energy, so he did not need this. Normally, When there was a molding talent, Han Xiao would usually draw the molding talent. However, the core effect of nuclear force, structure reinforcement, was immunity to true damage, which was the same as the ability given by the germinal organization leader. The other 12% physical damage resistance and immunity to shock, armor piercing, and other attacks were useful, but it was not as cost-effective. In terms of tankiness, he was already very strong, mainly relying on his terrifying recovery ability to dominate. This bit of increase in defense was very weak, and the legendary fixed damage reduction that he had obtained from trampling on Tai Tai the last time was already enough for him. This time, the inner desire to export finally turned over. The serf sang and immediately lifted the pole to revolt. After thinking for a while, he made his choice. You have learned the skill, charge, endless potential. This is more suitable for me, Han Xiao thought to himself. Although repeated critical strike was good, it was limited to the physical body's melee critical strike rate, and it had to be triggered in a mobile battle. It was very suitable for Yin Ying's combat style. With its agile speed, it could sweep through like a flying sword. However, it was not so suitable for him. In comparison, charge, endless potential was very powerful. According to the distance of the sprint, it would provide an unlimited amount of extra damage, but the user would also have to take 70% of the damage. It was very powerful, but so were the side effects. As the saying went, heaven goes to the left and Iron Head goes to the right. Even if he died in battle, he would fall on the path of charge. This was an attack that would cause both sides to suffer. Coincidentally, in terms of longevity, Han Technician was fully deserving of the title of an expert. He was ahead of the industry by at least 80 years, if not 100 years. He had the ability to recover his energy by taking hits, so he was not only tough, but he was also not afraid of being hit back. Furthermore, I'm a tall, rich, and handsome mechanic. I don't even need to do it personally. I can just use my lord's avatar to crash into it. This way, there's no risk at all. It's more suitable for this ability than Yin Ying himself. As long as the distance was enough, it was possible to deal a few million damage with one hit. It could be used as a method to end the battle. This ability is reliable. I finally have a more powerful attack skill. Yin Ying is really generous, giving me such a good greeting gift. Han Xiaoxin was very happy. This little brother is really interesting. I have to take care of him in the future. Chapter 1001. My current combat style is very complete. I'm tanky, have high damage output, and have a lot of control-type mechanical devices. The scale of my mechanical army is huge, and I can coordinate with hundreds to thousands of tactics. There's also the Lord's avatar and apostle weapons. My mental resistance is also high enough, and I also have a skill like Virtual Paramount. My Void bloodline also gives me powerful mobility and special control skills. Han Xiao analyzed his current combat style. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was very strong. Of the 5 super systems, Espers were formed the earliest and had the highest combat strength in the early stages. In the later stages, it was mechanics and mages that shone brightly. Compared to the other 3 systems, mechanics and mages, which used knowledge as the source of power, were very comprehensive in all aspects and had very few weaknesses. To mechanics, being brittle and having low mental resistance were more obvious weaknesses. However, in Han Zhao's dictionary, there was no such word as brittle. His weakness in mental resistance had also been mostly made up for, and he did not have any obvious weaknesses. He was very strong in all aspects, almost like a hexagonal warrior. Now that he had obtained charge, endless potential, this super high explosive single target damage ability, his combat style had become even more perfect. This was because when the army was fighting, Han Zhao's main body or Lord's avatar would usually be roaming around and would not immediately engage in close combat. Now that he had this ability, the distance he roamed around could be converted into damage, which gave his main body or Lord's avatar an additional layer of tactical effect. After admiring this shiny ability for a while, Han Xiao closed the interface. Returning to his room, He suppressed his joy, took out his communicator, pondered for a while, and called the dynasty ruler's private line. After a few rings, Urinril's exquisite and majestic face appeared on the screen. It was as if she had expected Han Xiao to call her. "Blackstar, you're here. Your Excellency, ruler." Han Xiao nodded and went straight to the point. "Do you know about Bekaroti's matter?" Urinil nodded. Looking at her calm expression, Han Xiao confirmed that the dynasty's decision-makers did indeed want him to hand it over, and the ruler was also on his side. Han Xiao paused and asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" "I hope you can hand over the evolution cube. This concerns the dynasty's important strategy." "Do you mean that you're finally planning to sell totems publicly?" "If I give you the cube, I'll lose a lot of benefits," Han Xiao probed. Urinil shook her head. "For the time being, the Empire does not intend to sell totems publicly. This decision is based on the consideration of risk. For you, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages." Radiance's and ethereal suppression was getting stronger and stronger. Although the dynasty had withstood most of the pressure, if he continued to hold on to the evolution cube, it was hard to guarantee that Radiance and Ethereal would not take the risk and launch a new sneak attack. I believe you also understand that the evolution cube will always be a risk in your hands. Dealing with you is much easier than forcing the dynasty to compromise. If the evolution cube is handed over to the dynasty, the enemy will have no chance at all. You don't seem to have much confidence in me. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "I thought you had high hopes for me." "I do have high hopes for you, but you're just one person after all," Urinil explained. After the previous lesson, if Radiance and Ethereal were to take action, they would definitely send out peak beyond grade, as like Manison and Kasui. You're not a match for the Mecha Empire now. Adding an other peak beyond grade, as the risk is too high. What you said makes sense, but they haven't taken action in the past few years. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Han Xiao did not comment. The situation is different now. Beyond grade, as are usually scattered in different star fields. Once they're mobilized, we'll be able to receive news and take precautions in advance. However, the opening of the flickering world is a great opportunity for Radiance and Ethereal. Most of the beyond grade, as in the universe, are rushing to the shattered star ring. With so many people gathered, Radiance and Ethereal can easily gather their high-level combatants and quickly attack your base. Because the other party has a reasonable reason to gather, it'll be difficult for us to guard against a sudden attack like last time. Han Xiao stroked his chin. Indeed, due to the news that the flickering world was about to open, many large organizations had gathered in the shattered star ring, including many beyond grade, as from other star fields. In the past, those beyond grade as were scattered in other star fields and were very far away, so it was very difficult for them to deal with him. Now, taking advantage of the opening, the beyond grade as of the other organizations were swarming in. The closer they got, the more dangerous his situation became. It could be predicted that before the official opening of the flickering world, the originally chaotic shattered star ring would become even more chaotic. There would be people everywhere, and it was really hard to say if he, as the local tyrant, would be able to hold them all down. Seeing that Han Xiao did not speak, Urinil advised, "Blackstar, although the evolution cube will be very profitable in the future, it's still better than losing it. I'll think about it." Han Xiao shook his head and did not give a definite answer. "There's no need to rush to give me an answer." Urinil did not force him and changed the topic. "By the way, there's something I need you to do." "What is it?" "The dynasty is currently building a star-field stargate from the shattered star ring to the flickering world on a large scale. Before it officially opens, a large number of organizations in the universe will be stationed in the shattered star ring, causing an impact to this star field. Therefore, I need you to maintain law and order and suppress all the foreign organizations and beyond grade as. Don't let them mess around in the shattered star ring." Han Xiao was interested. "I remember that the shattered star ring is nominally the territory of the Radiance, right?" But the dynasty's forces there are stronger. Maintaining stability is also beneficial to us. Furthermore, I don't want any accidents to affect the opening of the flickering world. You can look for Heber for this job." The tyrant doesn't have your deterrence. Only you have the qualifications to suppress all the foreign beyond grade as. Hearing this, Han Shao could not help but laugh. He did not expect the high and mighty dynasty ruler to know how to bootlick. At the same time, the interface showed an additional faction mission for the Flickering World main storyline. The requirement was to maintain the stability of the Shattered Star Ring before it opened. The reward was normal, giving him experience and contribution points, as well as some money and resources promised by the dynasty. All right, I'll go and oversee the Shattered Star Ring. I hope the other Beyond Grade, as will give me some face. Han Shao agreed. Even without this mission, he would have done so. The Shattered Star Ring was the headquarters of the army, and stabilizing the rear was equally important to him. He would not allow outsiders to gallop in his vegetable fields. This was especially so for those new Beyond Grade as. At this stage, they needed to make a name for themselves and loved to cause trouble. After hanging up, Han Shao exhaled, activated Lord's Descent, and sent his consciousness to the mechanical civilization's planet. Since he was going back to oversee the situation, the troops left in the Shattered Star Ring headquarters were not enough. He needed to mobilize a new wave of troops. Coincidentally, the mechanical civilization had been developing steadily for 20 years and was on the right track. He planned to bring a group of apostle weapons back. The scene before his eyes changed. He was inside a mechanical palace, and his lord's avatar was sitting on the throne. Han Shao had left a long-term doppelganger in the mechanical civilization, and he would occasionally descend to inspect the place. Thus, Psionic Prime and the others had built a Tong Tian Tower palace thousands of meters tall and enshrined his lord's avatar there. Han Shao controlled his lord's avatar to stand up, walk out of the towering palace, and look down. In his eyes was a continuous mechanical city with countless mechanical lives flying across the sky. This was the main planet of the mechanical civilization, Planet Apostle. It was even more complete than 10 years ago. After more than 20 years of development, the mechanical civilization had completely transformed this planet. They had built countless facilities on the surface and underground, obtained a strong productivity, and started to develop other planets around it. At the same time, their population increased exponentially. This was the source of soldiers for the Mech Legion. From a perspective of a civilization, the speed of development of the mechanical civilization was like sitting on a hyperdrive spaceship, unbelievably fast. In comparison, the Black Spirit race's development was not slow either. After many years of learning, groups of scholars appeared in the Black Spirit race, and they began to integrate the knowledge taught by the army. Due to the characteristics of the Black Spirit race, as long as someone learned a piece of knowledge, it could be quickly spread. Furthermore, with the resources and equipment generously provided by the army, the Black Spirit race did not need to slowly accumulate productivity. As long as they learned the knowledge, they would be able to use it. Thus, in a short 20 years, they went from the tribal era to the electrical era, completing a 3-level jump. The terrifying talents of their race began to appear. The way he saw it, if the Black Spirit race, Radiance, and Ethereal had started on the same starting line, the ones ruling the universe might have been 4 universal civilizations. The talents of the Black Spirit race were almost all focused on learning and education. To exaggerate, this was a race that had the qualifications to reach the golden age of everyone is a dragon. As for the Kundi race, they were still undergoing cultural changes, but Han Shao had also gotten people to stuff some good stuff in. Currently, the Kundi race had already started to worship the machinery faith. Although they had not officially converted into believers due to the fact that it had only been 10 years since their defeat, the trend was already there. Han Shao looked at the scenery of the planet for a while, and not long later, more than 10 black dots flew over from afar. They rapidly grew larger in his vision, revealing the figures of the apostle weapons. Behind these black dots, a mountain-sized shadow slowly approached. It was giant King Kong, and its head was parallel to the gate of Tong Tian Tower that Han Shao was in. "Greetings, Lord." Psionic Prime led the apostle weapons into the gate and stopped in front of Han Shao to greet him. Over the years, Han Xiao had used up all the slots for the apostle weapons to expand his apostle weapon team. Due to the fact that he had perfect mechanical sense and a series of talents that increased the upper limit of his mechanical abilities, he had far more than 12 apostle weapons. Han Xiao sized them up. The weapons and armor of these apostle weapons were much better than 20 years ago. At the same time, he could sense that the tender energy source of these apostle weapons had also become much stronger. Mechanical life forms all had the ability to grow and knew how to strengthen themselves. This was especially so for the first-generation mechanical life forms, which contained the purest mechanical force tender energy and had excellent growth potential. With his current machinery affinity, these apostle weapons were all existences that could hold their own against ordinary beyond grade, as referring to Kohler and Bayoni. Psionic Prime, Silver Flash, Mad Sky Hunt, Crimson Flame, Gold Sovereign, Formless Ghost, Heaven Suppressing Flag, Purple Sky Spirit. Bring a group of troops and return to the headquarters of the Shattered Star Ring. I might need you to fight, Han Xiao ordered. Understood, Psionic Prime replied. To him, Han Xiao's words were divine, and he could only obey. At the Stargate at the border of the Shattered Star Ring, a fleet with the insignia of the Arcane Church slowly sailed out of the Stargate. Currently, beyond grade, as from all over the world, were flocking to the Shattered Star Ring. This fleet was specially escorting a new beyond grade who had joined the Arcane Church a few years ago to this starfield. Red Devil Tolian, a beyond grade who was born in Silver Spiral Arm a few years ago. He had been a wanted criminal for a very long time and had been recruited by the Arcane Church. Now, with the support of the Arcane Church, he had a place in Silver Spiral Arm. In the conference room of the flagship, a portion of the Arcane Church's beyond grade as were present. Among them, only Tolian was in his original body. Haha, looks like I'm the first to arrive. When are you guys going to arrive? Tolian looked around and said casually, Soon. Wait for us obediently at Cisco's place. Sun Hunter's body was small, but his voice was like a cannon. Humph! What's the point of just waiting? Tolian's eyes flashed. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well find someone to spar with. He had been recruited by the Arcane Church not long after entering the Beyond Grade A realm. As a newcomer, he had never had any achievements to show. Now that he was in the Shattered Star Ring, he could not help but have some thoughts. Don't cause trouble in the Shattered Star Ring, Kasui said calmly. That's Black Star's territory. Give him some face. In the past, the Shattered Star Ring only had 4 beyond grade as Heber, Ames, Austin, and Cisco. It was very remote and weak, and a pinnacle beyond grade like him would not pay attention to it. However, it was different now. Black Star had risen and become the representative of the Shattered Star Ring, representing the dynasty. The name of a pinnacle beyond grade still had some influence. Ordinary beyond grade as were willing to give face to Black Star and not cause trouble in the Shattered Star Ring. Even pinnacle beyond grade as did not want to provoke Han Xiao casually. As soon as they heard Black Star's name, the expressions of several beyond grade as present became unnatural. They were all members who had participated in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, and they had all suffered losses at the hands of Han Xiao. They had come aggressively, but retreated in disgrace. The taste of a space-time amber was not good, especially for Dylan. Now that he heard Han Xiao's name, he could not help but recall that feeling, and he could not help but shiver. Haha, after being defeated once, you're already so scared? Your Excellency Kasui, don't tell me even you are afraid of Black Star? Tolian also knew about this and could not help but mock. As a former fugitive, he was not someone who would hold back. As soon as this was said, many beyond grade as were embarrassed and snorted. I'm not afraid of him, Kasui said calmly. It's just that it's not time for me to meet him yet. I advise you not to provoke him. Humph, I'm not stupid. Tolian waved his hands nonchalantly. Don't worry, I'm not arrogant enough to choose Black Star as my target. Then, who do you want to spar with? Heh, I can't beat Black Star, and Heber is from the dynasty, so he's not to be trifled with. Although Cisco is weak, he's one of us. Therefore, the only ones left for me are those 2 neutral guys. Tolian's eyes flashed with excitement. Austin is hiding in the Palace of Hidden Spells, so I shouldn't be his match. However, Ames, she's easy to deal with. I'll use her as my stepping stone and make her my first beyond grade A achievement. Chapter 1002. A small spaceship with high warp speed was rapidly moving through the universe like a ray of white light cutting through the darkness. The spaceship was on autopilot, and there were only two people in the cabin, Ames and Hella. Hella was sitting upright with her eyes closed, her fingers spread out on her knees, and her fingers moved continuously, controlling strands of death energy to move between her fingers, training her control over her Esper ability. Opposite her, Ames was lying on the sofa with one hand supporting her head and the other on her waist. Her sleeve had slipped down, revealing her snow-white wrists. Two beautiful long legs stretched out from the slit of her black dress, crossing each other in a lazy posture. Ames's gaze followed the movement of the death energy between Hella's fingers, and she could not help but sigh. You're really hardworking. Even after reaching the beyond grade A realm, you're still training all the time. Hella opened her eyes and said calmly, beyond grade A is not the end. The road ahead is endless. I can't be satisfied with a momentary achievement. I think you should take a proper rest. Strike a balance between work and rest, you know? Ames shook her head helplessly. She was very satisfied with this beloved disciple of hers in all aspects, but she was too headstrong. Compared to her, she, as her teacher, was simply a salted fish. There will be plenty of time to rest in the future. Hella shook her head. When we go back, I'll definitely spar with Han Xiao to test my current strength. So I can't slack off. Every bit counts. Don't worry. With my understanding of Black Star, he won't let you lose too badly and hurt your confidence. Ames smiled lightly, then swiped with her finger, opening the virtual star map, looking at the route, and said, We'll reach the ancient star desert's interstellar field Stargate in 2 days. We can go straight to the Constellation Corridor, then borrow Black Star's identity to take the Dynasty's military express route. This will save a lot of time, and we'll be able to return to Shattered Star very quickly. Before she could finish her sentence, the communicator beside her suddenly beeped, and the caller's message popped up. It's Black again. Oh, it's old Aesop. Ames turned her head and glanced at it. She thought it was Han Xiao again, but it turned out to be Aesop. Sitting up, Ames grabbed the communicator and answered the call. Aesop's figure appeared on the screen. Why are you looking for me? Where are you now? When are you returning to Floating Dragon? Aesop asked. We're still in the ancient star desert, but we're almost at the Stargate. There's still time. Hurry up. Aesop had a calm expression. I foresee that a new beyond grade A from the Arcane Church will come to Floating Dragon Island to issue a challenge, and I need you to appear. Before Tolian could take action, Aesop sensed the change in the world line, and the old man's rogue ability took effect again. Ames's eyes flashed, and she smiled faintly. A new beyond grade A is looking for me? I get it. He wants to make a name for himself again. There are 5 beyond grade as in the Shattered Star Ring, but he chose me. Does he think I'm the easiest to bully? Floating Dragon was currently stationed near Blue Star, helping the Black Star Corps. However, this was a challenge between beyond grade as the other party had specifically challenged Floating Dragon. Although the Black Star Corps was an ally, they could not interfere without Ames' permission. Furthermore, she could handle such a small matter herself, and she did not intend to ask Black Star for help. After hanging up, Ames realized that Hella was staring at her. Why are you interested? Ames looked at her and immediately understood what Hella meant. You're my teacher. Let me help you this time. Hella nodded, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She had originally planned to go to the army to report the good news to Han Xiao after returning to the Shattered Star Ring. But after encountering such a storm, she changed her mind and decided to go to Floating Dragon first. The other party was also a new beyond grade A, and such an opponent was rare. It was a good opportunity for her to test her current combat strength. On one of the sub-islands of Floating Dragon Island, a group of newly recruited crew members was training in the square. The current commander of Floating Dragon Field Team, Vilna, was supervising them. It had been more than 20 years since Floating Dragon had taken root in Blue Star. It had developed rapidly over the years, and the size of the floating island had been expanding. The number of troops and manpower had also increased greatly. Although it was far from being comparable to the Black Star Corps and Bloodshed Land in terms of business, it was now a qualified beyond Grade A organization. Correspondingly, the scale of Floating Dragon's officers had also expanded, and everyone's work had become heavier. Vilna had taken over Han Zhao's position and served Floating Dragon until now. Although she had a gentle personality, she was also quite serious when she was serious. This made these new crew members not dare slack off and train hard. Beep beep. At this time, the mini communicator on her wrist rang. It was a call from Aesop. As soon as the call connected, Aesop did not beat around the bush and directly gave his orders. Gather the fleet and set up the defense formation. So sudden, Vilna mumbled and did not hesitate. She shouted for her subordinates to board the ship, gather the fleet, and take off. Ames had specially instructed that when she was not around, Jenny and Aesop would be the boss, and the troops would listen to their commands. Under Vilna's command, Floating Dragon's armed forces quickly gathered and surrounded Floating Dragon, setting up a tight defense formation. Originally, the crew members thought that something was going to happen, but after a while, everything was calm, and there were no new orders from above. Why is there no movement? What are they going to do now? Is this a drill? Just when everyone was confused, a sudden change occurred. Hum hum hum. The artificial intelligence of all the spaceships sounded the alarm at the same time, and a huge fleet appeared on the radar, rapidly approaching. The next moment, streams of light shot over from afar and hovered outside the atmosphere of Blue Star, showing the original appearance of an armed fleet. Every spaceship had the logo of the Arcane Church. Arcane Church? Vilna's expression changed, and she was shocked. If she was already like this, the other Floating Dragon members were even more shocked. Everyone immediately became nervous, and their nerves were stretched taut, as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, Floating Dragon was different from the Black Star Corps, which often interacted with universal civilizations. They did not have many opportunities to come into contact with universal civilizations, so it was inevitable that their imagination would run wild. Not only Floating Dragon, but even the observation station of Blue Star was also alarmed. The observation personnel hurriedly sent the news back to the headquarters, and the intelligence was quickly uploaded, skipping many levels and directly sent to the decision-making level where Bennett was. The people of the Arcane Church suddenly came. In the Blue Star government building, Bennett was also shocked. As the leader of a civilization that was protected by the Peace Treaty, the Black Star Corps, the Red Empire, and Floating Dragon Island, he was not afraid of the Arcane Church's evil intentions. However, such an uninvited and arrogant attitude was not in line with diplomatic etiquette, and it clearly showed that the other party did not come with good intentions. This made him feel worried. With that in mind, Bennett gave the order without hesitation. Quickly go and invite Black Star's doppelganger. As soon as he said that, he saw two figures quickly rising into the sky outside the window. Turning around, Nero and Mia had already disappeared into the sky, rushing to check the situation. At the same time, in the main ship of the Arcane Church, Tolian looked at the fleet outside Floating Dragon and curled his lips in disappointment. TSK, I thought I could scare them a little, but seeing how panicked they are, they seem to have known that we were coming. Did their stealth fail? Or is it the prophecy ability of that legendary Aesop? Shaking his head, Tolian decided not to think about it anymore. His sudden appearance this time was just his bad taste, and he did not really want to do a sneak attack. In the end, he still wanted to openly challenge them. He turned to look at the commander of the fleet and said, "Make a broadcast and announce my intentions." The fleet commander nodded and ordered his subordinates to do so. The ethereal fleet came with great momentum, and Floating Dragon and Blue Star were on high alert. After some negotiation, the two sides came to an agreement, and the Floating Dragon fleet opened a path for Tolian to land on Floating Dragon Island. Who? The spaceship landed on the dock of Floating Dragon Island, and the hatch opened. Tolian walked down the gangway and stepped onto Floating Dragon's land. A group of floating dragon warriors surrounded him with weapons raised, and everyone looked nervous. They had no choice. The broadcast just now had already announced the other party's identity and intentions. Now, that floating dragon did not have aims. Facing a beyond grade A with ill intentions, most people were afraid. Tolian glanced around and coldly said, "Those who are in charge, come out and speak." A commotion broke out in the crowd, and Aesop and Ginny walked out with their subordinates. Ginny was expressionless. "I'm the general manager of Floating Dragon Island. Her Excellency Dragon Emperor is not home. You came at the wrong time. I don't care if she's here or not. You just have to give me an answer. Does she dare to accept my challenge?" Tolian stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a proud expert. "I can't make the decision." Ginny shook her head. "Then you can stop talking nonsense. Contact Ames for me and get her to answer me." Tolian was not polite at all. His temperament was different from most beyond grade as. Although he had washed his name clean, he still had the aura of a wanted criminal, arrogant and direct. Bald. Ginny was stunned for a moment before she flew into a rage. "My hairline is just a little high, but I'm not King bald. I have hair." This time, Aesop coldly said, "I've already informed Ames, and she has accepted your challenge." "Oh, you're Aesop?" Tolian turned to look at him with an interested expression. "I've heard of your name. Everyone says that you're an old, long-lived species with decent abilities. What do you think? Do you want to work for me? You're not qualified." Aesop had a smile on his face. Although he was not a beyond grade, his aura was much more stable than Tolian, a new beyond grade A super. "TSK." Tolian coldly snorted and ignored him. He raised his voice and said, "Since Ames has agreed, I'll wait here until she comes back. What are you staring at? Hurry up and arrange a room for me." Right at this moment, a group of figures flew over from planet Aquamarine and landed at the dock. Two of them were Nero and Mia, and the rest were the mechanical troops that Han Shao had left in Blue Star. There was even a Lord's avatar among them. Seeing that Black Star's people had arrived, the surrounding floating dragon warriors heaved a sigh of relief. The prestige that Han Shao had left behind on Floating Dragon Island had continued to this day. In the eyes of many Floating Dragon Island members, Black Star was more reliable than their boss, the Dragon Emperor. Han Zhao's consciousness had already descended on this avatar. He pushed through the crowd and sized Tolian up. "What's wrong? Are you tired of living?" He knew that a new beyond grade, a super might cause trouble, but he did not expect him to be so daring as to come to his mother planet. Was he looking for death? His identity was no longer the same as before. If someone dared to provoke him, he would not mind killing an ethereal beyond grade A super. Coincidentally, the dynasty had asked him to maintain law and order. "It's you." Tolian glanced at him and coldly said, "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm not here to target you. This has nothing to do with you." Whoa, this Star's attitude is really arrogant. "I don't even know how many people as arrogant as you are," Han Shao thought to himself. He had seen the information of all the new beyond grade as that the dynasty had shared with him. He recognized this guy as Red Devil Tolian, who had joined Ethereal. In his previous life, Tolian was also considered a top character. He was neither strong nor weak among the beyond grade as, but he always had a mysterious self-confidence. His style was extremely flamboyant, and he was very good at causing trouble. It was already very lucky that he had not been beaten to death. The beyond grade, as all had different personalities. There were big shots like the Mecha Empire and the Dark Emperor, old foxes like Sorokin, salted fish like Ames, and people like Heber who cared about face. There were also people like Han Shao who could not even hide his handsomeness while keeping a low profile like Tolian. The Dragon Emperor is my ally. Since she's not here, why don't I play with you? Han Shao tilted his head. Forget it. Tolian raised his hand with a proud expression. I can't beat you. Han Shao was stunned for a moment. With that expression of yours, I thought you were going to say something fierce. Is this what it means to say the most cowardly words in the most ruthless tone? You decisively admitted defeat and directly blocked my way. You're really smart. Han Xiao originally planned to teach Tolian a lesson, but he did not expect the latter to be so arrogant and admit defeat. Although Tolian was very arrogant, he knew that Blue Star was Black Star's home planet. He did not dare provoke the peak beyond grade A Han Xiao, so he insisted on only challenging Floating Dragon and refused to fight Han Xiao. With such a troublesome behavior, Han Xiao could not directly deal with him. There were still rules in the challenge between Beyond Grade as, although they were allies, he could not rashly overstep his boundaries. At this time, the space not far away suddenly rippled, and the Palace of Hidden Spells jumped out of the void. Seeing this, Han Xiao was shocked. "Austin, it's you again? Why are you everywhere? You really know how to join in the fun." However, this time, Austin was not here to be a bystander. After the Palace of Hidden Spells teleported over, a small teleportation gate appeared, and a small spaceship flew out and landed on Floating Dragon's dock. The hatch opened, and long white legs stepped out. Ames and Hella walked out of the spaceship one after another. "It's a little too late to travel, so I called Austin to help me teleport." Ames smiled at everyone. Han Xiao could not help but look up. At the top of the Palace of Hidden Spells, Austin was sitting cross-legged in the air in the form of a child. He raised 2 fingers and casually waved them in front of his forehead, making a mocking salute to Han Xiao. "Show off," Han Xiao thought to himself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ames looked at Tolian and stopped smiling. "You're the one who wants to challenge Floating Dragon? Why are you still asking if you know?" Tolian snorted. Ames nodded and suddenly took a step back, revealing Hella beside her. She chuckled and said, "If you want to fight with me, sure, beat my student first. She's also a member of Floating Dragon." Hella directly stepped forward and placed her in front of Ames. Although Han Xiao's doppelganger was also present, she did not even look at it after landing. Her eyes were locked on Tolian, and her expression was indifferent and extremely focused. Tolian was a little surprised. He sized her up and remembered the information about the Black Star Corps that he had seen not long ago. He was a little dissatisfied. "I recognize her. She seems to be an officer of the Black Star Corps. She's just a calamity grade. Do you want her to die? Or are you trying to humiliate me?" However, just as he said that, a surge of death energy exploded from Hella's body, accompanied by a strong energy fluctuation that soared into the sky. Rumble! The shock waves spread out like thunder. The ground of the Floating Dragon dock cracked, and the surrounding people were blown away. Everyone hurriedly stabilized themselves and looked at the battlefield again. Their eyes were focused on Hella, who was brimming with red energy. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. This level of energy fluctuation, a new beyond grade A. Chapter 1003. A Beyond Grade A. Tolian's expression changed. All the new beyond grade, as in the past few years, have been recorded by the advanced civilizations, and he knew all of them. However, Hella's name was not in this information, which immediately messed up his plans. Hella had just entered the Beyond Grade A realm, and this was the first time she had appeared in front of others. Naturally, the advanced civilizations did not have any information on her. Only today did the goddess of death truly appear. Nero's body trembled, and he was overjoyed. Sister Hella has actually reached the Beyond Grade A realm. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Nero had always remembered the favor of Hella, giving him the mark of death. Now that Hella had finally taken that step, he was truly excited and could not help but share this news with the officers of the army. "Is she the healer you guys always talk about?" Mia had a shocked expression as she pulled Nero aside and quietly asked. Mia had joined the army after Hella had left, and she often heard Hella's name from Nero and the other important officers of the army. In her heart, this mysterious captain of the Black Star Guards was extremely mysterious. As the saying went, sister is not in the world, but there are legends of her. Today, Mia finally got what she wanted and saw Hella in person. She felt that it was indeed true that hearing about her was not as good as meeting her in person. Looking at the strong aura emanating from Hella's body, Mia was instantly subdued. Hella was in line with all the images she had of a strong female. In her previous life, she was Hella's follower. Now that they were meeting for the first time, it was also like comparing a turtle to a mung bean. Han Xiao felt Hela's aura and was sincerely gratified. The goddess of death I'm familiar with is finally back. She didn't disappoint me. Austin was also stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. This was the smile of a bystander waiting to watch a good show. The sixth beyond grade A of the Shattered Star Ring? This is going to be interesting. Just as everyone was shocked, Tolian's face fell, and his expression became slightly ugly. The situation was somewhat out of his expectations. He had originally thought that his opponent would be Ames, but a new beyond grade A had suddenly popped out. Although Ames was a veteran beyond grade A and might be stronger, her abilities were recorded in detail in the data, which was very important. Now that his opponent had changed to a new beyond grade A with unknown abilities, he felt that it would be even more difficult to deal with. He had seen Hela's information before, but that was more than 20 years ago. Now that she had become a beyond grade A, who knew what new abilities she might have? Without any new information, Tolian was not confident of winning, so he was a little hesitant. You don't waste my time. Do you dare to fight or not? Hela's eyes flashed with a cold red light. Her body was surrounded by energy, and her aura was oppressive. She turned a blind eye to the surprise of the people around her and only focused on her target. She had always been decisive and did not like to talk nonsense. If she could fight, she would fight. Okay. Tolian didn't think too much about it and agreed. Since they were both beyond grade, as it did not matter who he won, it seemed that he could only fight with Hela, so he did not choose. At this time, Han Xiao stood with his arms crossed and said calmly, "If you want to fight, stay away from Blue Star. If you want to fight, stay away from Planet Aquamarine. If you hurt any of the plants on Planet Aquamarine, Tolian, you won't be leaving today." If I don't dare." Tolian snorted coldly. He knew that he did not dare to attack Han Xiao's mother planet. Otherwise, even if the other party chopped him up on the spot, the Arcane Church would not have a reason to make things difficult for him. Both sides reached a consensus, and everyone quickly pulled away, choosing a space slightly further away for Blue Star as the battlefield. Only Hela and Tolian were present. The two faced each other from afar, and their auras continued to rise. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them, holding their breaths as they watched the battle. The next moment, the two of them moved. Tolian's body suddenly swelled, his muscles bulging, his bone spurs protruding and breaking through his skin. A pair of curled demon horns grew on his head, and two pairs of bat-like wings unfolded on his back. His tailbone continued to elongate, branching into three bony tails. His entire appearance turned into a red creature that looked like a demon. His muscles were bulging, and his skin was covered with mysterious patterns. He looked extremely ferocious. He's a pugilist? Seeing this, Ames raised her brows. No, he's a mage. At this time, a voice sounded from his side. Han Zhao's avatar came over and slowly read out Tolian's information. He has the demon bloodline, which was sublimated in the process of becoming a beyond grade A. He just used the true name Liberation, which is unique to the demon race. This red appearance is his true form, which is also the origin of the nickname Red Devil. He's a close combat mage who leans towards transformation and enhancement. His species talent gives him extraordinary resistance and powerful recovery ability. He's a relatively rare Fathom tank. If you compare him, his combat style is somewhat similar to the Empire's Milizaus. So that's how it is. Ames nodded, turned around, and said with a playful tone, "Long time no see. How have you been?" "I've been great." Han Xiao nodded and joked, "Did you miss me?" "Why would I miss you?" Ames smiled, turned her head, and continued to look at the battlefield. On the battlefield, Tolian completed his transformation and charged straight at Hela. At the same time, dense dark blue mana gushed out from his body, turning into buff spells one after another. His body continued to grow, and at the same time, colorful magic circuits appeared on the surface of his body, continuously increasing his attributes. He did not know what new abilities Hela had, but the Esper ability itself would not change. According to the information from 20 years ago, Hela was a mid-range combat esper who controlled some kind of energy, so he chose to use the close-range combat tactic that he was best at. The true name Liberation of a Demon Race gave him powerful resistance and recovery, and the various magic shields as a mage tank supported his body. When necessary, he could even act as a long-range spell cannon. Aim's force field esper ability was mainly control, and its lethality was not outstanding. The way he saw it, his combat style restrained Ames, so his chances of winning were not low. That was why Tolian had the confidence to challenge Ames. The opponent was coming menacingly, but Hela did not retreat. Instead, she advanced. Dark red death energy protected her body, and she charged forward with a long flame tail. Bang! The sound of the collision seemed to ring in everyone's hearts. The two figures collided fiercely, and a dark red energy shockwave exploded at the center. In terms of strength, Tolian, who had the buff spell, had the absolute advantage. Hela was directly sent flying. However, when an opportunity had appeared, Tolian did not take advantage of it. Instead, he suddenly froze in place, as if he had discovered something strange. However, Hela did not stop. She instantly stabilized herself and pointed forward. The death energy suddenly spread out, turning into a sea of red light. Countless death energy beams shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth as they shot toward Tolian. Shield. Tolian woke up from a dream. His hand gestures quickly changed, and he covered himself with layers of magic shields like a tortoise shell. Countless death energy arrows bombarded the shield, and the layers of the shield instantly collapsed and shattered. Bang, 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 bang. Every time an arrow hit the shield, there would be a burst of spiritual fluctuations. Every spectator was shaken, and the sound of the explosion did not need a medium. It sounded directly in their minds, and their brains were trembling. Hela's death energy had multiple damage, and it contained both physical and spiritual attributes. Now, there was also a portion of true damage, which was very difficult to defend against. Tolian did not passively take the beating, and he continued to rush at Hela. Although Hela was good at mid-range attacks, she did not use a wretched method of fighting. Instead, she attacked head-on with extremely tough methods. The two figures constantly flashed past each other, and they were sent flying again and again. They quickly exchanged hundreds of blows, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Hela had always gone all out and did not hold back. The intensity of the battle gradually exceeded the scope of a spar. Godfather, Sister Hela, doesn't seem to be in a good situation. Han Xiao was focused on watching the battle when Nero suddenly brought Mia over, his tone somewhat worried. You're thinking too much. Han Xiao could not help but laugh. Isn't that so? Sister Hela is being sent flying time and time again. Her close combat ability is clearly not as good as the opponent's, but she doesn't use a guerrilla method. Isn't this a little? Nero carefully asked. Han Xiao shook his head with a smile. Look at Tolian's body carefully. His condition is not as good as you think. Hearing this, Nero hurriedly observed carefully. The speed of a beyond grade, it was too fast, and it was difficult for him to see clearly. After a while, he barely managed to see the abnormality on Tolian's body, and his spirits were immediately lifted. He saw that Tolian's body was unknowingly covered in dark red death energy. It was filled with corrosive properties, and it was constantly corroding his magic and body, unable to be removed. Although they entered the Beyond Grade A realm a few years apart, it's difficult for a Beyond Grade A to make much progress in a few years. Therefore, their strength is actually at the same level. Don't look at me. I'm an exception. Han Xiao patted Nero's shoulder and explained, at this level, Hela's Esper ability has the absolute advantage. He had been calm the entire time and was not worried about Hela at all. This was because only he knew how strong a Beyond Grade A Hela was. Control of Death. This was an ability that was ranked in the list of super high-risk Esper abilities. He was very clear that after reaching the Beyond Grade A realm, Hela's Esper ability would undergo a qualitative change. In his previous life, there was far too much information regarding Hela's ability, and it was all obtained through the testing of the players' lives. Han Xiao was very familiar with it. Firstly, after reaching the Beyond Grade A realm, Hela had an exclusive passive ability. Every time the death energy hit the target, a layer of special status, Death's Erosion, would be stacked. Death's Erosion had a total of 15 layers. The first layer's effect was to reduce the enemy's recovery by 20% and their defense by 15%. Upon reaching the fifth layer, the enemy's recovery will be reduced by 40% and their defense will be reduced by 25%. Every 10 seconds, a buff would be removed. Upon reaching the 10th layer, the enemy's recovery would be reduced by 60%, their defense would be reduced by 35%, all attributes would be reduced by 10%, and their cells would begin to collapse. Every 20 seconds, they would lose 0.8% of their health. Upon reaching the 15th layer, the enemy's recovery would be reduced by 80%, their defense would be reduced by 45%, all attributes would be reduced by 20%, and all buffs would be removed. Upon reaching the 15th layer, Hela would be able to release a special ability with no cooldown, exploding all of the Death's Erosion S, immediately initiating an instant death test. The conditions for the test were very harsh. Normally, it would not take effect on a target whose level was higher than the user's. However, even if the test failed, there would still be a special effect. It could directly evaporate 20% to 30% of the enemy's health, and at the same time, reduce the target's maximum health by 8% to 12%. After the explosion, as long as there was a short cooldown, a new round of Death's Erosion would be stacked on the same target. In order to interrupt the stacking of Death's Erosion, the death energy within the target's body would have to be dispersed. If one did not have a similar ability, they would have to rely on their own resistance to endure it. The duration of Death's Erosion depended on the target's resistance. The higher the layer, the longer the duration. For example, the first layer would only last for 3 seconds, the second layer would last for 5 seconds, and the third layer would last for 8 seconds. If the target were to endure it, it would only cause the layer to gradually decrease. For example, after 8 seconds of the third layer, the effect would not completely disappear. Instead, it would fall back to the second layer and recalculate the duration of that layer. It would decrease with each layer, and it would be extremely difficult to completely dispel it. In addition to this core ability, Hela's Death Arcana also had the passive attribute of Lifesteal. Every time she hit a target with Vitality, 10% to 20% of the damage would be converted into her own health. It was equivalent to stealing the life energy of a living being. She was strong in group battles, and the more enemies there were, the faster she would recover her health. Also, every time the death energy hit the target, there would be a follow-up damage lasting for 3 seconds, and the value was equivalent to 50% to 70% of the original damage. Moreover, after Hela's transformation, she had a special ability. It was useless to players, but it was a threat to others. That was, she could use her Death Arcana to deprive the cells of vitality of the living, reducing the upper limit of the number of cell divisions and reducing the lifespan of others. It was because of this ability that the vast majority of the Beyond Grade, as in the universe, avoided her like the plague, and not many were willing to fight with her. If you could reduce my lifespan by 1 second every time you hit me, who would dare to play with you? However, other than Han Xiao, no one in the universe knew about this yet. Tolian, who was currently fighting with Hela, also knew nothing about this. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between the two on the battlefield became more and more intense. The surging magic and the biting cold death energy collided again and again, causing energy shockwaves to explode. Tolian might have originally only intended to spar, but under Hela's powerful offensive, he could not hold back at all. He could only increase his strength. The situation was now out of his control, and it had almost turned from a spar into a duel of life and death. If they did not know that this was the first time the two had met, the onlookers would have thought that there was some deep hatred between the two, and it was either you die or I live. What a crazy woman. Tolian was furious, and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Even though his magic shield could block most of the attacks, his body would occasionally be hit. As Death's erosion continued to stack, he felt that something was wrong the more he fought. Not only was his recovery ability suppressed, but the effect of the buff spells on his body also seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. It was becoming more and more difficult for his body to accept the transformation of the magic energy. Furthermore, after stacking more than 10 layers, he found that his cells were constantly being destroyed and his injuries rapidly worsened. He could only barely maintain his current state with his suppressed recovery ability. Her Esper ability is too strong. Tolian's mood became heavier and heavier. Although he had also caused some damage to Hela, these injuries were almost instantly healed. On the other hand, because of the raging death energy in his body, his condition was getting worse and worse. Comparing the two, it was obvious who had the upper hand. He had actually fallen into a passive state. This new Beyond Grade A Super is actually so powerful. If that's the case, Tolian's eyes turned cold. Magic energy gathered in his hands, followed by blood gushing out from his fingertips. The two mixed and turned into a strange purple blood flame. Austin, who was watching the battle, suddenly narrowed his eyes. As a master mage, he recognized what spell this was. It was a high-level forbidden spell unique to the demon race, Corrupted Blood. Not good. Austin's heart skipped a beat. This spell was a forbidden spell. It used a special method to transform the blood of the demon race into dirty and invasive genes, thereby contaminating the bloodline of others and causing irreversible damage to the genes. It was not very powerful, but it was very insidious. It was a method unique to the demon race. He knew very well that Tolian's use of this forbidden spell would not help the battle at all, but could contaminate Hela's genes. His intention was very insidious. It was a sneak attack. Hela's intuition also sensed danger. She hurriedly retreated, but Tolian chased after her with the purple flame. His speed was faster, and the distance between the two of them was constantly shrinking. Don't blame me. Tolian's expression was fierce. Because Hela was a cadre of the Black Star Corps, he was worried that he would provoke Han Xiao. Originally, he did not intend to do this, but now that he was really angry, he could not be lenient and was determined to use this move. As a former wanted criminal who had slaughtered many surface civilizations for fun, he did not have any moral standards. Seeing that she could not get rid of Tolian, Hela narrowed her eyes and suddenly turned around. A highly concentrated beam of death energy pierced through the magic shield and blasted into his chest. At this moment, Tolian's body suddenly discharged a large amount of magic energy. His cells, which had been severely corroded by death energy, could not bear any enhancement effect, and all the buffs were shattered and disappeared. Tolian's expression changed drastically. However, before he could react, Hela suddenly stretched out her hand, aimed at him from afar, and clenched her 5 fingers. Reaper's Harvest. A full 15 layers of death corrosion directly detonated. Tolian's heart suddenly tightened, and a life-threatening intuition frantically warned him in his mind. He felt all the death energy in his body become restless, like a bomb that had its fuse ignited, quickly exploding in his body. The next moment, intense pain penetrated his body and soul in an instant. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, before his attack could even land on Hela, his body exploded into a large cloud of blood mist. Chapter 1004. Black and purple blood mist spurted out from every pore of his body. It was as if a firework had exploded in the air. The forbidden technique was directly interrupted. The next moment, Tolian flew out of the blood mist and quickly retreated. His face was filled with horror, and his body was covered in blood. In that instant, he felt the shadow of death. Ever since he entered the Beyond Grade A realm, Tolian had never experienced the feeling of his life being threatened again. This blow instantly awakened his memories, and he once again felt this feeling. This blow vaporized more than 20% of his health. A beyond grade, A had at least 2 to 3 million health points. This blow was considered a heavy blow, and it added several negative statuses. The detonation of death energy in his body almost caused his cells to completely collapse, leaving Tolian with lingering fear. The power of Hela's Esper ability was beyond his imagination. At this moment, Tolian looked at Hela from afar, his eyes filled with fear. Death's harvest had caused him heavy injuries, but the detonation of all the death energy had also removed the layers of death's erosion. Tolian's recovery ability immediately returned to normal, and the injuries in his body gradually healed. His health slowly rose. However, his maximum health was reduced by about 10%, and he could not return to his peak state. Hela would not sit back and watch her opponent recover. Taking advantage of Tolian's stunned state, she immediately stopped retreating and closed in on Tolian, launching a storm of attacks. Death energy swept through the sky, covering the entire sky. Tolian did not understand Hela's Esper ability, so he was bewildered. Seeing Hela approach, he hurriedly retreated, not daring to attack head-on like before. He only dared to throw spells from afar, and at the same time, he kept applying layer after layer of shields on himself, unwilling to be hit by the death energy again. The situation immediately reversed, and it became a chase. Tolian fled like a rat, being chased around by Hela. The power of this move also made Austin jump in fright. This newcomer is also this strong? And why did I say also? He was still worried that Hela would be tricked by the corrupted blood, but he did not expect Tolian to be heavily injured at the critical moment. If it was me, Austin could not help but put himself in the shoes of the battlefield, only to realize that he was also in a precarious situation. Although he had all sorts of purification spells, the corrosion of the death energy was endless. Even if he could purify himself 8 or 10 times, he would still be attached. The only solution was to avoid being hit by the death energy as much as possible. In that case, while some beyond grade as might not necessarily lose to Hela, they would definitely be extremely cautious. On the field, Tolian was now in such a state. He was scared by Hela's sudden outburst and became extremely cautious. He was more inclined to defend and didn't dare to act recklessly. If he fought head-on in close combat, his body would be exposed, and it would be easy for him to be hit again. If he kite, he wouldn't be able to beat his opponent. It would be very passive, and he had no chance of winning. Therefore, he was in a dilemma. Tolian groaned inwardly. He had hit an iron plate this time. Hela did not care about her opponent's thoughts. Since Tolian was defending, she would attack. Using Tolian, who was wearing a thick shield, as a practice target, she manipulated the death energy to bombard him. Bang! 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 One after another, the magic shields exploded into fragments, peeling off layer by layer like peeling onions. It looked like Hela was one-sidedly trampling on Tolian, pressing him to the ground and rubbing him against the ground. However, although he looked miserable, Tolian's beyond grade A mage status was not for nothing. With the support of a huge amount of magic energy, he was able to barely withstand Hela's frenzied attacks with all kinds of magic shields. This has become a war of attrition. It's a competition of who has more energy. Although I'm in a passive position, it's not like I have no chance of winning. It's just a matter of whether my Esper ability drains her energy first, or if I run out of magic energy first. Tolian's spirits were lifted. The demon race's true name liberation allowed his cells to produce more energy. As a new beyond grade A, he believed that his species would undoubtedly have the advantage and could last longer. At this time, Hela frowned and also realized this. A war of attrition is not good for me. The Death Esper ability was powerful, but the consumption was also high. Hela did not have many energy recovery skills, and the main way to recover was to kill people and absorb life energy. However, this was a one-on-one battle, so there were naturally no minions to become her nourishment. Hela had just entered the beyond grade A realm and did not have much time to learn more energy training techniques. Thus, The upper limit of her energy was the main limiting factor, and endurance was her shortcoming. With a flash in her eyes, Hela's hand gesture changed. Streams of death energy gathered in her palm, turning into a vortex-like shape, and she cast a new ability. Abyss of the Dead. A strange mental wave suddenly spread out. Everyone's vision blurred, and the scene suddenly changed. Everyone around them disappeared, and they were the only ones left. They were surrounded by an extremely dark space, with only a faint light above their heads. It was as if they were at the bottom of a deep well. Ah! Suddenly, countless ear-piercing screams erupted from below. Everyone hurriedly looked down and saw that there was a void beneath their feet. The translucent faces of gray creatures filled the void. There were all kinds of species and all kinds of appearances. It was extremely crowded and densely packed. Every face was filled with pain and horror, and their expressions were extremely distorted. Their mouths opened and closed, letting out different screams. The endless sea of faces was like an ocean, bringing with it an extremely strange sense of horror. This scene had a huge impact on the souls of many people, and their sanity points plummeted. These faces all came from the soul fragments of the people Hela had killed. The essence was integrated into her Esper ability, helping her grow. However, the residue of the soul fragments was deposited, forming this abyss made up of the dead. At this moment, these faces suddenly stopped screaming, and their eyes all stared straight at him. They kept repeating the same sentence. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of words overlapped together, forming a grand sound wave with ethereal echoes. Become one with us. The next moment, countless tentacles suddenly rolled out from the sea of horrifying faces. These tentacles were made up of pale arms connected like chains. They constantly merged, stretched, and thickened. One by one, the tentacles climbed onto everyone's legs, grabbing them tightly and pulling them down. "Let go of me. Help! Help! Don't grab that place." The extremely realistic feeling of falling hit them, and many people screamed in fright and hurriedly struggled. In the next moment, the scene before his eyes shattered into pieces that filled the sky. Many people who were covering their eyes hurriedly opened their fingers and observed their surroundings through the gaps between their fingers. They found that they were still in the same place, and everything just now was just an illusion. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. However, these spectators were only slightly affected by the aftermath. Tolian was the real target. No one knew what horrifying scene he saw, but he was stunned and stopped all movements, as if his sanity points had been reset to 0. Taking a closer look, everyone was shocked to find that a phantom had grown out of Tolian's body. This was his spiritual body, and half of it had been pulled out by Hela and was frantically struggling. If they could see the status bar, they would know that Tolian was in multiple negative states such as fear, out of control, and chaos at the same time. The death energy had a mental attribute, and Hela had also obtained a special attack on the mind. Abyss of the Dead was a mind control skill that could pull out the target's soul. Both parties would wrestle mentally, causing the other party to temporarily lose control of their body. Therefore, without the shield to replenish, countless death energy blasted Tolian's body, instantly riddling his body with holes. Stop! Tolian's spiritual body was trying to break free from Abyss of the Dead, and when he saw this scene, he could not help but be furious. This was his own body. Unable to control it, he could only watch his opponent wantonly abuse him. Seeing that he was about to be beaten into a pile of minced meat, he immediately became anxious. Hela, however, turned a deaf ear, as if she was determined to beat Tolian to a pulp on the spot. Seeing this, Tolian was terrified and hurriedly shouted, "Stop it! Stop fighting! Stop fighting! I surrender!" He just wanted to make a name for himself, and did not expect to fight so desperately. Hela narrowed her eyes and suddenly turned around. A burst of death energy shot out and sent Tolian flying, and the effect of Abyss of the Dead was lifted. Tolian's spirit broke free from the control and hurriedly returned to his body. The next moment, A wave of intense pain came from all over his body, and his spirit was even more dispirited. He had obviously been severely injured. I'm afraid it will take a few years to recover from such injuries. Tolian's face twitched, and he hurriedly retreated. While recovering from his injuries, he stared at Hela warily, afraid that she would pursue him. Seeing this, Hela retracted the death energy into her body, glared at Tolian, and sent out a cold mental wave. Scram! Hearing this, Tolian was furious, but when he caught a glimpse of Hela's indifferent face, his fear immediately suppressed his anger, and he did not dare to flare up. Hela, right? I'll remember you. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and flew toward the arcane church's fleet. It would be a lie to say that he was not annoyed. Tolian originally wanted to obtain his first victory as a beyond grade here and use Ames as a stepping stone. However, he did not expect to meet a strong opponent here and become someone else's stepping stone, giving someone else a chance to make a name for themselves. Other than a defeat, he did not gain anything from this trip. His spirit was damaged, and it would take a few years for him to recover. This made Tolian furious. Since he had already lost, Tolian did not have the face to say anything. Furthermore, in front of Black Star, he did not dare to say anything. What if Black Star took it seriously? Thus, he simply retreated. The arcane church's fleet picked up Tolian, turned around, and left with his tail between his legs. You're not stopping him? Ames glanced at Han Xiao. He lost, so there's no need to make things difficult for him. Han Xiao shrugged. Tolian, this weirdo, was a combination of arrogance and loyalty. He did not give Han Xiao a reason to make things difficult for him. Furthermore, the damage caused by Hela was enough to make Tolian suffer. Just the reduction of his lifespan was enough to make Tolian suffer a huge loss. When he found out the truth, who knew how much he would regret his decision today? Since the other party was the unlucky one, Han Xiaoxin could not be bothered to argue with him. Looking at Hela slowly flying back, Han Xiao smiled and said to Ames, "The news of this battle will spread soon." The news of this battle will spread out very soon. It won't take long for the other organizations to know that there's a new beyond grade A in the universe. It's finally your turn to have a headache. Ames chuckled. What's my headache? Back then, when you became a beyond grade, it directly became independent. What do you think the chances of you keeping Hela by your side are? Ames's lips curled up. People's thoughts will change with their strength and status. Can you make a beyond grade willingly work for you? It's 50-50. Han Xiao did not comment. Even if she becomes independent, she'll still be an ally with us. The worst outcome is still a good thing. This time, a teleportation gate appeared beside the two of them, and Austin flew out with a smile on his face. Black Star, congratulations. Your officer has become a beyond grade A super. Now, there are a total of 6 beyond grade as in the Shattered Star Ring. I think Cisco is going to be autistic. Hasn't he been autistic for a long time? Ames smiled. The three of them chatted for a while before Hela landed at the dock and walked over. Austin's eyes sparkled, and he took the initiative to talk to her. He loved meeting new people the most. Hela and Austin knew each other, but before today, due to the difference in strength, they only had an impression of each other. Now, they could finally communicate as equals. She responded with a few words and was as cold as ever. Austin did not mind. After establishing the foundation of their relationship, he bade farewell to everyone and left with the Palace of Hidden Spells. The onlookers are finally gone. Han Xiao looked at the shrinking teleportation gate and could not help but curse. This time, Hela turned to look at Han Xiao's doppelganger, paused, and slowly said, "Wait for me to go back. I'll have a good chat with you. I'll wait for you at the headquarters." Han Xiao nodded. He knew that what Hela wanted to talk about was probably related to her future plans. To an old friend like her, it was not appropriate to use his doppelganger to talk about such important matters. Hela nodded and walked away. She felt that there was nothing to talk about with his doppelganger. After all, a metal lump was not as handsome as the real person. At the same time, Bennett, who was waiting for news in the Blue Star government building, finally received the report that the enemy had been defeated by Hela. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After reading the battle report, the relief on Bennett's face gradually turned into relief. Hela has also become a Beyond Grade A Super? Doesn't that mean that our blue star has two Beyond Grade As? What a small probability. This is Blue Star's blessing. Bennett sighed. He could not help but think of the old rival that he had been entangled with for half his life. Although you've done many wrong things, you bastard, you've nurtured two protectors for our planet. Your merit is boundless. Chapter 1005. Because of the flickering world, countless organizations had gathered in the Shattered Star Ring, and this star field was currently the most lively area in the entire universe, receiving the attention of everyone. Once there was a commotion, it would spread to every corner of the universe at the fastest speed. Tolian's challenge was not kept a secret, and the information of this battle spread rapidly through the quantum network. In just a few hours, the entire Shattered Star Ring exploded. The birth of every Beyond Grade A was a major event in the universe. After Black Star, the Shattered Star Ring finally welcomed its sixth Beyond Grade A Super. The news came too suddenly, and no organization was prepared. Everyone was urgently collecting information on Hela's past to understand this new Beyond Grade A Super who had suddenly appeared. Before this, Hela did not have many records of her activities in the universe because she had been cultivating for a long time, so she did not receive much attention. Her most representative identity was the captain of Black Star's guards, but in the past 20 years, she had disappeared without a trace. Now, she had silently stepped into the Beyond Grade A realm, and the first time she appeared, she had already displayed her strength to the entire universe, creating a convincing battle record. Tolian, who had joined the Arcane Church for many years, was not a weakling. He had taken the initiative to challenge Hela, but he had lost to her and instead made her famous. This kind of thing where one shot oneself in the foot was always something that people liked to hear. A new Beyond Grade A Super defeating another new Beyond Grade A showed that her combat strength was very impressive at this level. Furthermore, according to the investigation, although Hela's promotion speed could not catch up to Han Zhao's record, it was still far faster than the average promotion time for a Beyond Grade A Super. This meant that she still had potential, and her achievements would not stop there. The Shattered Star Ring was located in a remote area, and it had always been at the bottom of the Beyond Grade as in the various star fields. This situation had changed after Black Star appeared, and Hela's promotion had once again raised the status of the Shattered Star Ring. However, compared to the birth of a new Beyond Grade A Super, what the various organizations were more concerned about was Hela's identity. This new Beyond Grade A Super of the Shattered Star Ring was definitely not simple. According to the information, not only was she a member of the Black Star Corps, but she was also Ames's student. At the same time, she had a relationship with two big shots and was also from the Blue Star Corps, just like Black Star. When they saw Hela's birthplace, almost all the forces were shocked. Blue Star, a small place that was still a civilization on the surface a few decades ago, actually produced two Beyond Grade as all of a sudden. Just what was so special about this planet? How could it have such an outstanding place? He must have run into some dog shit luck. Even with the addition of historical figures, these two were still the only pair of fellow Beyond Grade as in the entire universe. These special identities were the main reason why the various organizations were shocked. At this moment, what everyone was most concerned about was the impact the birth of this new Beyond Grade A Super would have on the current situation. Since Hela's current identity was still that of an officer of the Black Star Corps, all the organizations knew that the Black Star Corps was most likely going to face a change. Hela might become independent, but what would Black Star do? With this thought in mind, everyone was waiting to see how things would develop. Bloodshed Land, Planet Heber. What? That Hela has stepped into the Beyond Grade A Super? Chief Vanguard official Rothers suddenly turned around and stared at Jode, who had come to report the news, with a stunned expression. Yes, just yesterday, she defeated Tolian of the Arcane Church. The news is true. Jode smiled bitterly. This had happened too suddenly. When he first received the news, he was also shocked and only recovered after a long time. How could this be? Rothers mumbled to himself with a face full of disbelief. Decades ago, the two of them had represented the bloodshed land and fought against the Black Star Corps, but they were stopped before a victor was decided. He had always regarded Hela as his opponent, but he did not expect that he would once again be left far behind by the opponent he had always regarded in his heart. At first, it was Black Star, and now it was Hela. Rothers could not help but wonder, could it be that the Black Star Corps really had some special Beyond Grade A promotion technique? The threshold of Beyond Grade A was still very far away for him, but his old opponent had already crossed it. The feeling of being surpassed did not feel good, and Rothers felt a sense of helplessness. At the same time, in the Tyrant's Palace, Heber was also discussing this topic with Sorokin's consciousness. An important officer of the Black Star Corps has advanced to Beyond Grade A, and the biggest possibility is that they have an additional ally. This will cause the Black Star's forces and influence in Shattered Star Ring to expand again, which is not good for us. Sorokin had a helpless expression. This sudden situation was not within his expectations, and there was nothing he could do about it. Someone related to Black Star again. Heber was a little unhappy, and his heart was filled with jealousy. Why is Black Star's luck so good that he can always recruit talents? I'm also a Beyond Grade A, so why don't I have such powerful officers under my command? I don't have enough information on hand. If we want to contain Hela, we need to spend some time looking for her weakness. I'll get my subordinates to do this. Sorokin shrugged. Before that, let's wait and see. Humph, up to you. Heber did not comment. In the Shattered Star Ring, on the mother planet of the star Pupil Protoss. Another one? Looking at the news about Hela on his communicator, Psyker gritted his teeth, and all 7 of his eyes were hurting from anger. After the Planet Lighthouse incident, his race's situation in the Shattered Star Ring was not good to begin with. Now, Black Star had another local Beyond Grade A friend. Black Star worked for the Dynasty and stood on the opposite side of him. Although Heber was not Black Star's friend, their positions were also on the opposite side. Other than that, the other 3 Beyond Grade, as in the Shattered Star Ring, were more or less related to Black Star. Not a single local Beyond Grade A stood on his side. His enemies in the local area had increased from 4 to 5. WDNMD. How can I even stay in this broken place? Cisco's mind exploded. In this environment, Hela set off from Floating Dragon Island alone and headed toward the Black Star Corps headquarters. This time, Ames did not go with her. She was forcefully dragged by Jenny to stay on Floating Dragon Island and had to deal with the backlog of matters. Blue Star was very close to the Black Star Corps headquarters. Hela arrived at the headquarters that she had not seen for a long time. Han Xiao, who had returned from the Flickering World some time ago, was already waiting for her at the headquarters. As soon as she entered the army, Hela felt that something was different. Everyone in the Black Star Corps already knew that she had become a Beyond Grade A super. Along the way, everyone looked at her with respect and curiosity. She did not look around and first went to find Aurora, whom she had not seen for many years. She went straight to the officers' activity room, where many officers were already waiting. Congratulations on becoming a Beyond Grade A super. As soon as Hela entered the room, everyone welcomed her with smiles and congratulated her. Thank you. Hela nodded and responded to them one by one. Although she was cold, she was not unreasonable. The atmosphere in the room was harmonious. At this time, a voice full of energy suddenly sounded, suppressing everyone's voice. Captain, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Hardaway walked out from the crowd and appeared in front of Hela. He had a fawning expression on his face, and his voice was extremely loud. You missed me? Hela had a suspicious look on her face. She did not remember her relationship with Hardaway being so good. It's not just me. In the past 20 years, all the Black Star Guards have missed you. Without your leadership, we're not used to it. You must be tired after walking for so long. Don't just stand there, sit down and rest. Don't tire yourself out. Hadavi's attitude was unbelievably warm, and he looked just like a dog licking his lips. Everyone was shocked by his performance and looked over. We remember that this was not what you said in the past. The face-changing of the Sichuan opera was too realistic. Fu Ding raised his brows and reminded him playfully, "Is that so? Why do I remember you saying that Hela is incompetent and that when she returns, you'll challenge her for the position of captain? Now that she's back, your chance is here." "Nonsense. I've never said such a thing," Hardaway said with a righteous expression. "Hela, don't listen to these people. They're trying to drive a wedge between us. When I mention you in private, when have I not praised you? Don't believe these people who are jealous of our relationship." We learned that Hela was a beyond grade A super. He was shocked and wanted to slap himself in the face. He wanted to take back all the words he had said to Hela over the years. She's already a beyond grade A super, and I still want to challenge her position? Do you think I'm stupid? What? You're saying I'm a coward? Bullsh asterisk T. How can smart people be called cowardly? This is called judging the situation. Everyone was shocked. He lied without even blinking. His skin is really thick. Is that so? Why don't I believe it? Hela snorted. Just as they were chatting, Aurora walked into the room and called out in surprise. "Sister, you're back." Hela turned to look at Aurora, and her eyes instantly softened. She quickly walked in front of Aurora, sized up her sister whom she had not seen for many years, and asked a series of trivial questions that had accumulated in her heart. "How have you been these years? Have you been eating well? Have you been sleeping well?" Although she knew that Han Xiao would take care of Aurora, after the germinal organization was destroyed, she had not been separated from Aurora for so long. Every day, she could not help but worry about Aurora. The two sisters chatted for a while before Hela reluctantly separated from Aurora. She knew that Han Xiao was still waiting for her in the office. She walked all the way to the army commander's office. Hela pushed the door open and saw Han Xiao, whom she had not seen in a long time. He was sitting behind the desk, smiling at her. "You're here." Han Xiao smiled and nodded. "Congratulations on entering the Beyond Grade A Super. I fulfilled my promise and came back after reaching the Beyond Grade A Super." Hela nodded and sat down in front of Han Xiao. "I knew you could definitely do it. I never doubted it." Han Xiao sized up Hela. She had become more and more perfect in all aspects. "I also knew that you would believe me." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. "I'm very happy to listen to your experiences over the years, but we'll talk about this later. Let's talk about business first." Han Xiao tapped his finger on the table, stared into Hela's eyes, and slowly said, "You're now a Beyond Grade A Super. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to be independent? If I choose to be independent, will you support me?" Hela asked. "We're friends. I won't force you to work for me. If you choose to be independent, I'll do my best to support you, provide you with all the resources you need, and help you develop your own Beyond Grade A organization." Han Xiao tapped the table and smiled. Hearing this, Hela did not answer immediately. A rare look of hesitation appeared on her face. The room fell into silence. "I had some urgent matters today, so I didn't write much." Chapter 1006. As time passed, Hela pondered in silence. Han Xiao, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. With a smile on his face, he waited for her reply. After a long time, Hela slowly exhaled. "I choose to be independent." Han Xiao raised his brows. "Since that's the case, I'll let Sylvia..." Before he finished, Hela added, "But not now." Han Xiao's face twitched. Looking at her teasing eyes, he felt helpless and amused. "Little guy, you dare tease me? You like to speak halfway. Why don't you go write a book?" Hela sighed. It was rare for her to speak from the bottom of her heart. "In the past, I lacked a sense of security and always wanted to catch up to you. Thus, my only goal was to become stronger and stronger until I had enough power to protect myself. Now that I've finally become a Beyond Grade A, I can protect myself in most situations. However, I haven't thought about what I should do in the future. I might as well stay in the army for now. If I change my mind in the future, we'll talk about it in the future." On the way back, Hela had already thought about this question. What should she do after obtaining the strength of a Beyond Grade A? She had no clue. In order to increase her strength, she had spent most of her time in battle and did not have the time to appreciate the scenery of the universe. At least for now, Hela did not have the mood or ambition to form her own organization. Furthermore, thinking back to her experiences along the way, Han Xiao had provided her with too much help. Without his recommendation, Ames would not have taken her in as a student. She did not know when she would become a beyond grade A super. She had received so much help from Han Xiao and owed him a huge amount of favors, but her return was extremely meager. She was embarrassed to become independent as soon as she became a beyond grade A super. Her strong personality determined that she was not willing to keep owing favors. Back then, Black Star had established his own faction after becoming a beyond grade A, but he had made a huge contribution to Floating Dragon, so he was qualified to do so. Hela felt that her contribution to the army was far less than Han Zhao's contribution to Floating Dragon, so she was too embarrassed to follow Han Zhao's example. Most importantly, Hela knew how to kill and how to fight, but she did not know how to build and manage a force, nor did she want to spend time on it. In this aspect, she had inherited Ames's talent. She would rather use this time to consolidate her power and was not interested in the force at the moment. The way she saw it, with her strength and her close relationship with Han Xiao, she could be considered above everyone else in the Black Star Corps. If she wanted to borrow power, staying in the Black Star Corps would be much better than spending the effort to form a new organization. Furthermore, the Black Star Corps was the leader of the private organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. It was no longer suitable for her to form a new beyond grade A organization, as she would not be able to obtain much resources. After hearing Hela's explanation, Han Xiao laughed heartily. All right, then you can stay in the Black Star Corps for now. My promise is still valid. If you want to become independent one day, I'll still provide help. Hela nodded. You're already a beyond grade A, so it's no longer suitable for you to be my Black Star Guards. How about this? I'll officially appoint you as the Vice Army Commander of the Black Star Corps. Your position will be only below mine and higher than Lagi. You'll be involved in the highest decision-making of the Army's affairs, and your daily management duties will cover the division's armed forces, resource extraction, mercenary coordination, and so on. You'll be able to command part of the Army's fleets, and, at the same time, you'll be the commander of the Black Star Guards. With just a few words, Han Xiao promoted Hela and gave her a lot of real power. After all, her status was no longer the same. Even if Hela herself did not need the power, he still had to give it to her. On one hand, it was to show that he valued Hela, showing the relationship between Hela and the army. On the other hand, it was to show the outside world that he followed the rules of the industry. Leaving Hela behind, Han Xiaoxin was very happy. He had thought of many possible outcomes, and Hela choosing to stay was the best outcome. This was the first beyond grade A officer in the army, and it was a qualitative change. Having one or two beyond grade, as in an organization, was a completely different concept. Originally, the army only had one pillar, and that was me. Now that Hela is here, she'll be able to share a lot of the burden for me, and it'll be beneficial for the army to expand its influence. Han Xiao thought. Vice Army Commander? Up to you. Hela did not care too much about the title. She suddenly placed her hands on the edge of the table, leaned forward, and said, Let's talk about this in the future. I have a request. Fight with me. Sure. Han Xiao agreed. But not today. You just return to the headquarters. Rest for a while and spend more time with your sister. I have some errands to handle as well. In a few days, I'll fight with you. Okay. Hela nodded and suppressed the eagerness in her heart. After stepping into the beyond grade A realm, she had always wanted to see how big the gap between the two of them was. After chatting for a while more, Hela left the room and went to find Aurora. The two sisters had not seen each other for many years and had endless things to talk about. Watching Hela leave, Han Xiao smiled. Just as he was about to write the appointment letter, his communicator rang. Looking at it, it was a call from unravel. The dynasty is probably contacting me because of Hela. Han Xiao thought for a moment before answering the call. Your Excellency, ruler, what's the matter? Unravel's figure appeared on the screen, and Han Xiao smiled. I heard that one of your officers has become a new beyond grade A. Congratulations. Unravel nodded. Her name is Hela. Not only is she my officer, but she's also my old friend. She and I... Oh, I almost forgot. You guys definitely have her information. Han Xiao raised his brows and pretended to speak. Have you talked to Hela? You came at the right time. I just finished talking to her. What's the result? What's her plan? She thinks it's troublesome and doesn't want to form an organization for the time being. Therefore, she decided to stay here and be my right-hand woman. I see. Yurenril paused, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, I have something to ask of you. Speak. If possible, I hope you can persuade Hela to join the dynasty. As expected, Han Xiao smiled, but did not say anything. He had expected this. Due to his relationship with Hela, the dynasty felt that there was a high chance of obtaining a new beyond grade A ally. Thus, they came knocking on his door, wanted to make the first move and strengthen their beyond grade A team. Seeing that Han Xiao did not reply, Yurenril could not help but ask, What do you think? No problem. I'll try my best to persuade her, but I can't guarantee success. Han Xiao did not express his opinion. I understand. Yurenril nodded. She would not force him. This time, Han Xiao changed the topic. By the way, since you contacted me, I have something to report to you. Didn't you ask me to maintain the security of the Shattered Star Ring? I have an idea, and I can use this opportunity to show it. However, it's a bit big, so I need the dynasty's support. Tell me about it. Han Xiao slowly said, Because of the flickering world, the beyond grade as of the various star fields have gathered in the Shattered Star Ring. At least 90% of the beyond grade as in the entire universe are here. Since that's the case, I might as well take the lead and invite these people to gather together and hold a large-scale gathering of the beyond grade as of the universe. I'll invite everyone to come and discuss with them and reach a consensus with them not to cause trouble in the Shattered Star Ring. Hearing this, Yurenril immediately began to plan. This was almost equivalent to inviting all the beyond grade as of the entire universe. Indeed, the commotion would be too big. These people were all iconic figures of the various star fields. If they succeeded, it would be enough to set off a wave of public opinion that would sweep across the entire universe. Perhaps it would even be recorded in the annals of history and become a memorable event. As for what benefits Black Star could gain from this, it was obvious. First, he could save energy and solve the problem of the stability of the star field in one go. Regardless of whether it was negotiations or showing off his strength, he would use all kinds of methods to make all the foreign beyond grade as give up on the idea of causing trouble and wait patiently for the opening of the flickering world. The second benefit was that if he could really gather all the beyond grade as together, as the leader, Black Star's influence would increase greatly, proving that all the beyond grade as were giving him face. How confident are you that you can invite everyone? Yurenril asked in a low voice. Half. Really? Yurenril was suspicious. Most of the beyond grade as are smart people. They know very well that accepting your invitation is to support you and help you increase your fame. The dynasty's people won't have a problem, but can you guarantee that the people of Radiance and Ethereal will give you face? I can't guarantee it, but Han Xiao chuckled. I think my face should still be of some use. As for the people I can invite, I'll have to ask the dynasty for help. All right, it's worth a try. I'll get someone to cooperate with you. Yurenril thought for a while before nodding and agreeing to this plan, indicating that she would provide help. Then, I'll thank the dynasty in advance. Han Xiao smiled. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he said, Other than that, I have another matter. Speak. I've already considered the proposal regarding the evolution cube. Han Xiao shook his head. I'm sorry, but I don't plan to use the evolution cube to exchange for anything else for the time being. In fact, I've looked at the list the dynasty gave me several times, but there's no universal treasure that I particularly like. The dynasty is very sincere, and I'm very grateful. Unfortunately, I'm not lucky, so I can only express my regret. Yurenril was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, It's all right. We won't force you. If you change your mind, feel free to contact us. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before hanging up. Han Xiao played with the communicator, thinking back to the conversation just now and nodding. After thinking about it for a while, he finally decided to reject the dynasty's proposal and keep the evolution cube. The dynasty wanted to obtain the ownership of the evolution cube and completely control the evolutionary totem business, which was exactly what he wanted to control as well. This was a conflict of interest. Even if the dynasty was unhappy, he had to keep this business in his hands. Counting on others was never as good as counting on himself. He maintained a good relationship with the dynasty not because of personal relations, but because he was useful to the dynasty. This was the foundation of the army. If he rejected the exchange, the dynasty might be unhappy, but there was no possibility of them breaking off their relationship because the dynasty still needed him. Han Xiao had first thrown out this plan to gather all the beyond grade as before announcing his decision regarding the evolution cube. This was also a small test. He wanted to use this project to test the dynasty's change in attitude. If he wanted to control a portion of the profits, he had to have the strength to match it. The dynasty was indeed a giant, but the current Black Star Corps also had the qualifications to control this profit. With Hela's return, the army was even more confident. Radiance and ethereal suppression was mainly due to the dynasty's ban on selling totems to the outside world. However, if the ban was lifted one day, whether Radiance and Ethereal wanted the dynasty to control the evolution cube or an external ally to control the evolution cube would be an obvious answer. They would rather let an ally of the dynasty control the profits of the totems than let their competitors control the totem's business. Although the businesses belonged to the dynasty in name, the ownership of the profits was fundamentally different. The dynasty will definitely do something in private. Let's see how they plan to do it. Han Xiao shook his head. In any case, he would deal with whatever came his way. The next day, the Black Star Corps publicly announced a personnel appointment. The sixth seat of the Shattered Star Ring, the new Beyond Grade A who defeated Tolian, Hela, who did not have a nickname yet, would be appointed as the Vice Army Commander of the Black Star Corps. She did not establish her own organization and continued to serve the Black Star Corps. Countless organizations were paying close attention to the development of this matter. As soon as the news came out, the entire star field was shaken. Everyone knew that the influence of the Black Star Corps, which had two Beyond Grade as, would definitely skyrocket. Although Black Star alone could beat many ordinary Beyond Grade as, to the galactic residents of the universe, the difference between having a single core and having two cores was like heaven and earth. Many organizations with ulterior motives hoped that Hela would split up, but the development of the situation was contrary to their expectations. They could not help but be disappointed. A Beyond Grade A actually succumbed to Black Star's tyranny and worked for him? Can't you have some backbone? Why don't you learn from your seniors? It's impossible to work for him. Go start your own business. Damn it, I have to think of a way to break them up. To the members of the Black Star Corps and their partners, this was undeniably great news. Knowing that Hela would stay, the entire army was excited. With a Beyond Grade A backing them, their confidence skyrocketed. The members of the army had even become more arrogant when they walked, learning how to walk without a teacher. The impact was quickly felt. The army's attractiveness to high-end talents increased greatly. Seeing that Han Xiao seemed to have really nurtured a Beyond Grade, many supers could no longer sit still and were tempted. Among them, the ones who were the most tempted were some neutral Beyond Grade A seeds. Becoming a Beyond Grade A was a fatal attraction to them. Every time this happened, Hardaway would be especially happy. I had the foresight to let go of my reservations and join the Black Star Corps. In the future, when these guys join, they will all be my underlings. The feeling of throwing away my integrity is so good. Somewhere in the Shattered Star Ring, in the Arcane Church's fleet, the main ship's conference room was filled with projections of Ethereal's Beyond Grade A allies. Tolian was the only one sitting in the middle. The scene was like a trial. You're saying that Hela's Esper ability is extraordinarily lethal to living beings, and when it erupted, it heavily injured you in one blow? That's right, it hurts. Plus, she can damage my mind. I'll need to rest for at least a few years. Tolian gritted his teeth. Tolian was furious that he had lost to Hela. He felt like he had been full of confidence, but had been killed by someone in the online battle. Furthermore, not only had he lost, but he had also suffered injuries that were difficult to recover from. The main reason was that his mind was heavily damaged, and he would need to slowly recuperate. Before he recovered, Tolian's control over his spells would be reduced, and his strength would not be able to reach its peak. Tolian could not take this lying down. He rested for a few days and contacted the others today to report Hela's ability. Kasui slowly shook his head. The Black Star Corps has obtained a new Beyond Grade A with extraordinary potential. Their forces have grown stronger again. Hearing this, many of the people present frowned. Among the three universal civilizations, the one that did not want the Black Star Corps to grow stronger the most was the Arcane Church. After all, they had suffered such a huge loss in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, and many of the people present already had a grudge with the Black Star Corps. At this moment, Sun Hunter suddenly glanced at his communicator and said, "Black Star sent me a message." "What did he say?" Kasui turned to look. "Air. He sent us an invitation and wants us to visit him." Sun Hunter's tone became strange. "Us?" "Yes, he invited all the Beyond Grade as of the Arcane Church." As soon as this was said, other than Kasui, the expressions of everyone present changed. They were filled with shock and confusion. Inviting all the top combatants of the Arcane Church. What was Black Star doing? Was he itching for a beating? If it were anyone else, they would have thought that they were courting death. However, the target was Black Star. Everyone present believed that he was just itching for a beating. Chapter 1007. Your Excellency Kasui, do you think we should go? Someone could not help but ask. Kasui was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, "Black Star's invitation to everyone has already exceeded the scope of private matters. It depends on the Arcane Church's opinion. I think we have to accept the invitation." "Why?" "Our Ethereal and the Black Star Corps are not friends." "Does Black Star think he has that much face?" Tolian was indignant. Kasui shook his head, his voice faint. "I roughly understand what Black Star will do. His reason is to maintain the stability of the Shattered Star Ring. If we don't go, he will settle the score with us afterward. Are we afraid of him alone?" Someone said angrily. "We're not afraid, but the Black Star Corps has a huge force in the flickering world. Ethereal probably does not want to offend him. Furthermore, Ethereal has to consider Cisco. He lives in the Shattered Star Ring and has nowhere to run. If Black Star wants to settle the score with him, he will be in trouble," Kasui said calmly. "But Black Star is not hiding his goal. If we all respond to his call, it will increase his reputation and influence. The upper echelons will definitely know this. As for the Beyond Grade, as of the other organizations, would they be willing to be used by Black Star?" Sun Hunter narrowed his eyes. "The Dynasty will definitely support him fully, and the Radiants might also agree," Kasui said. "The Radiant Federation will also agree?" Tolian was confused. Kasui glanced at him and slowly said, "After all, the Shattered Star Ring is the Radiance's territory." At the same time, the Radiant Federation also received Han Zhao's invitation and immediately gathered many of their allies for a discussion. Black Star wants to hold a Beyond Grade A meeting. His intentions are clear. Do we need to increase his reputation? Sieran crossed his arms and placed the other two on the table with an indifferent and disdainful expression. Although he's a peak Beyond Grade A, isn't he overestimating himself too much? Why? Do you think everyone has to give him face? He was an important ally of the Radiant Federation and also a member of the Elderly Heavenly Group. He had a very high status in the Beyond Grade A circle, equivalent to the Dynasty's Old Dragon, Kant, or Ethereal Sun Hunter. Another Beyond Grade A turned to look at President Bader of Radiance and the Council of Elders and asked with a deep voice, "What do you think?" "Maintaining the stability of the Shattered Star Ring is not a bad thing for us," Bader said slowly. "Even without the Dynasty taking the lead, I don't plan to let anyone cause trouble. The flickering world is about to be developed, so there's no need to stir up unnecessary conflicts. Since we didn't intend to cause trouble in the first place, there was no need to respond to Black Star," someone asked. "I'm still considering it." The chief elder took over the conversation and tapped the ground with his cane. "For now, there is indeed no need to support Black Star. Increasing his influence is the opposite of our strategy of suppressing the Imperium in the past few decades. I feel that we can actually help Black Star. This time, someone actually spoke up for Han Xiao. The way I see it, the pressure over the past few years has been very effective. Together with some special reasons, it's only a matter of time before the dynasty opens up the purchasing rights. Hearing this, everyone looked at this person with different expressions. This person's name was Hades, a new beyond grade A born in the past 10 years. He had not joined Radiance for long, so his position was average. No one expected him to suddenly express his opinion today. It seemed like he had an unknown source of information. You said there's a special reason for the dynasty to open up the purchasing rights of totems? What do you know? Vader was confused. Just some trivial information. Hades was obviously brushing him off and did not want to say it. Seeing this, Vader was a little dissatisfied. Knowing that there would be no results, he simply asked, "Then tell me why you want to help Black Star." It's very simple. The Evolution Cube is the core of the evolutionary totem business. If the dynasty opens up the Evolution Cube one day, our needs will be satisfied. If the dynasty controls the cube, not only will we have no chance, but the dynasty will also reap the majority of the benefits. In comparison, it's better to let Black Star keep the cube. Therefore, we can help Black Star increase his status and reputation, and increase his chips in the game to prevent him from being unable to withstand the pressure and having the Evolution Cube taken away by the dynasty, Hades said. That sounds reasonable. However, the totem is not open yet. What you're saying is just empty words. Helping Black Star now is going against our suppression strategy and will only cause us trouble. If you can prove that the dynasty will definitely open up the totem and tell us the inside story, your suggestion will only be meaningful. The chief elder's thoughts were clear. I have a special informant. The information will definitely be reliable. Hades shook his head and still did not intend to explain. At this moment, Manison, who had been playing the bystander from the Mecha Empire, tilted his head and said calmly, "Do whatever you want. I will accept Black Star's invitation." Everyone was shocked and looked at him. Many of them were confused. "Don't you have an unresolved conflict with Black Star?" Sieran asked. "That has nothing to do with you." Manison casually waved his hand. "I feel that this is a grand occasion, and I can do my best to facilitate it. Usually, the Beyond Grade is stay in their own territories, and this is a rare opportunity to gather in the same star field. It's a good opportunity to meet." Everyone sized up Manison's expression, but could not see what he was thinking. They were all confused and did not understand Manison's intentions. Logically speaking, Manison and Black Star were competitors and should be suppressing each other. Why would he help? No one knew what he was thinking. Glancing at everyone, Manison secretly shook his head. He was not worried that this matter would increase Han Zhao's influence. A normal change in reputation would not affect their positions in the machinery faith. The believers only cared about the achievements of the mechanics and ignored everything else. Therefore, he was not afraid that Black Star would become more famous. However, Manison did not plan to help Han Xiao. He mainly wanted to use this matter to indirectly increase the position of all Beyond Grade as in the universe. A Beyond Grade A with individual strength was already a big shot in the universe, but he felt that it was not enough. In the eyes of the advanced civilizations, their role was more focused on strategic deterrence and killing each other. This had been the case for many years, and Manison wanted to change this situation. If they made use of this opportunity to gather a large number of Beyond Grade, as long as they thought of the strength that these people would have when gathered together, the advanced civilizations would be even more wary of them and pay more attention to them. This would have some hidden effects. Overall, there were pros and cons, but for the Mechanic Emperor, the pros outweighed the cons. His vision was no longer limited to his own territory, and he planned to seek more benefits for the class represented by the Beyond Grade as. In other words, Manison was consciously raising the ceiling of the entire industry. It was a bit like he was trying to help the world, but the main thing in his bones was still profit. On the other hand, he did not mind that this event was led by Han Xiao. Although the two of them were competitors, they had one thing in common, which was that they were both mechanics. If Black Star's reputation grew, more talents would be attracted to become mechanics, which would be beneficial to the spread of the machinery faith. This way, as the leader of the mechanic world, Manison would also benefit from it. Of course, if he took the lead, the benefits would be even greater. However, Manison was not a stingy person. Since Black Star was the one who brought it up first, he could not be bothered to snatch it from him. Furthermore, Black Star had a reason to maintain the security of the star field, so he did not have the right to gather so many people. Compared to Ethereal and Radiance, the Beyond Grade as of the Red Empire were much more supportive. Black Star really knows how to do things. His methods of extracting benefits are really impressive. Milizaus was amazed. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads and laughed. The various parties gathering in the Shattered Star Ring was originally a bad thing that would affect the stability of the star field. However, Black Star saw an opportunity in this and planned to squeeze out oil from the cracks of the rock to turn a bad thing into a good thing. Everyone knew what Han Xiao was doing. Not only did he want to increase his reputation and influence, but he also wanted to establish his position as the Beyond Grade A leader of the Shattered Star Ring through this matter. Standing up in the name of the entire Shattered Star Ring had a special meaning. In the past, Black Star was just a figurehead. Once this matter was done, it would prove to the outside world that his name was real and that he was the official leader of the star field. Coincidentally, the Black Star Corps had recently gained a new Beyond Grade A, so they could strike while the iron was hot. This way, the position of the Black Star Corps would become even more secure. Not to mention the long-term benefits. The most obvious impact would be that the competitiveness of the Bloodshed Land would be greatly affected. The Limitless Financial Group, which had always been competing in various fields, would be greatly affected. In the short term, it would be difficult for them to cause any trouble for the Black Star Corps. Black Star sure had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Kant chuckled. Today, he had turned into a cute little black pig. It was only the size of a palm. It stood upright with its two hind legs apart. It sat cross-legged like a human. Its two short upper hooves barely made a gesture of crossing its arms. The dynasty is openly showing their support. I wonder what Heber will think. Bayoni chuckled. Claudia calmly said, "It's not that the dynasty doesn't want to take care of him, but he doesn't have the strength." In the Bloodshed Land, Heber and Sorokin's avatars sat opposite each other. The Black Star Corps has gained a new Beyond Grade A. Black Star is indeed making a move. He wants to completely stabilize his position in the Shattered Star Ring. Sigh, this move is fair and square. There's nothing I can do. If he succeeds, we will lose more than half of our achievements over the years. Sorokin shook his head helplessly. He knew that Black Star was not someone who would let go of an opportunity so easily. As expected, he took advantage of the fact that a new Beyond Grade A was born in the army to make use of this popularity to launch a series of attacks. Due to the haste of the matter, he had not even finished investigating Hela's background, so he naturally could not retaliate. Furthermore, Black Star had invited all the Beyond Grade as this time. Regardless of whether they gave him face or not, the result was not something he could interfere with alone. He could only watch. Heber did not reply immediately. He lowered his head and stared at the invitation silently. No one knew what he was thinking. Your Excellency Tyrant, do you plan to reject Black Star's invitation? I don't recommend it. Heber then looked at him and slowly said, Reason? The dynasty's attitude is very clear. They support Black Star's action. If you reject it, you will be going against the dynasty. It's not a good choice. Sorokin shook his head. If everyone else in the dynasty goes, and you don't, it will be too out of line. At that time, it won't matter if you go or not. It will be even more embarrassing if you don't go. I don't need you to teach me. Heber snorted. What about you? Are you going? Of course I'll go. Sorokin smiled. After all, Black Star and I are just business opponents. We don't have any grudges. Plus, I can't afford to offend him. He did not like to step out of line. Only by following the crowd would he be able to hide himself. You're really thick-skinned. Heber could not help but curse in his mind. Sigh, what a pity. If only the two of us were the ones who made this event happen. Sorokin sighed. Maybe we beyond grade as know the reason and don't think it's a big deal. However, to the outside world, it's too glorious. Black Star has hundreds of supporters. If the Black Star Corps is listed, just this wave alone will cause his market value to skyrocket. Now that I'm participating in this event, I should be able to get some benefits and increase the market value of the Limitless Financial Group by a little. Sorokin thought. Ignoring Sorokin, Heber looked at the invitation again. He was unwilling to watch Black Star become the leader of the star field. However, after the previous lesson, he already knew that he was not a match for Han Xiao. There was nothing he could do. Star pupil Protoss. He's even inviting me? Cisco was shocked. Honestly speaking, he did not want to accept Han Xiao's invitation at all. However, the problem was that he did not dare to reject. Black Star was too powerful now. Cisco's race was in the Shattered Star Ring. If he rejected Black Star, he would find an excuse to attack him. What would happen then? Even if the two of them had a deep grudge, Cisco had been keeping a low profile all these years and did not take any revenge. At this time, he did not dare offend Han Xiao. I'm too frustrated as a beyond grade A. Move. I have to move. Cisco roared in his mind. This was the second time his mentality exploded this month. Han Xiao did not announce the hero invitations to the outside world, but there were still some rumors. Logically speaking, it was very difficult for news to leak within the beyond grade A circle. However, the situation was just that strange. Many galactic media outlets in the Shattered Star Ring received the news from somewhere and excitedly sent people to the Black Star Corps to ask around, wanting to follow the news and create a big piece of news. The most direct manifestation of this was that the Black Star Corps headquarters recently had a new, beautiful scene, which was a group of paparazzi with amazing perseverance, chasing after the army members and asking them all sorts of questions. Han Xiao did not stop them. The situation was obvious. The dynasty was definitely the one who secretly leaked the news. Since they were going to hold a grand event, it was inevitable to create hype and maximize the impact. He originally wanted to do it himself, but the dynasty snatched the job away from him, saving him a lot of trouble. There is still some time before the date of the meeting, and most of the beyond grade has had yet to arrive. Han Xiao let Sylvia prepare for this matter, while he paid attention to the reactions of the various beyond grade as. He originally prepared some methods to persuade some of the beyond grade as, but to his surprise, the progress seemed to be smoother than expected. Most people were convinced by him, and there seemed to be no need for him to use any methods at all. So, unknowingly, my face has become so big. Han Xiao sighed to himself and felt very happy. After spending decades in the universe, I've finally developed the face fruit to the stage of awakening. Since things were going smoothly, he was relieved. Other than the benefits that everyone knew about, he also had a goal that no one else knew about. Legendary points. The source of legendary points was very complicated. One of the ways was to do all sorts of important things and gather more than half of the beyond grade, as in the universe, for a tea party. Han Xiao estimated that there was an 80% chance that he would obtain universal legendary points. He might even obtain political assets. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to check out all the details of these beyond grade as and memorize their attributes. Just as he was thinking of a plan, the door suddenly opened, and Hila walked in. She went straight to the point and did not beat around the bush. She did not beat around the bush and said, "It's been 5 days. I've rested enough. Let's do it." It had been 5 days since Hela returned. She had been looking forward to a spar, and today, she finally came looking for him again. "Okay, let's have a spar, but not in the headquarters. We'll have to repair the equipment if it's broken. Let's have a field battle in the universe." Hearing this, Han Xiao stood up. He had already promised Hela long ago, so he had no reason to reject her today. Chapter 1008. Hela was the new deputy army commander and a newly born beyond grade A super. She had received a lot of attention recently, and it was time for her to shine. The more famous she was, the more benefits she would bring to the army. At this juncture, Han Xiao would not damage her reputation. Therefore, The sparring between the two of them was purely private. Han Xiao did not need to defeat Hela to gain reputation. He did not need to be in the limelight. Quietly leaving the Black Star Corps headquarters, the two of them found a desolate planet. Han Xiao used an anti-detection device to isolate the outside world from energy detection, forming a secret battlefield. Let's do it here. The two of them landed on the gray ground. Han Xiao raised his hand and opened the secondary dimensional army box. Groups of mechanical soldiers came out in formation, and the black mass of machines spread out like a tide. With his main body here, he could mobilize all his troops. The scale was extremely large. Even though Han Xiao did not summon all his troops, they quickly filled the sky and the ground. Psionic Prime and a portion of the Apostle weapons lined up. They had returned from the flickering world and were accompanying Han Xiao, acting as the top combatants of the Mech Legion. Han Xiao summoned a Lord's avatar and sent his consciousness into it. He then had his main body leave the battlefield. Sparring was sparring, but he did not plan to shorten his lifespan. Sending his main body here was to express his attitude, but sending his avatar here was to be cautious. Seeing this, Hela narrowed her eyes and did not say anything, silently agreeing. Although she hoped that Black Star would go all out, she knew that her ability was a little strange and did not want to cause any hidden damage to Han Xiao. Furthermore, even Black Star's avatar was difficult to deal with. There was also a bunch of Apostle weapons beside him. After stepping into the beyond Grade A realm, Hela was in high spirits. However, she also knew that the possibility of defeating Han Xiao was extremely low. She wanted to see how big the gap was between her and Han Xiao. Hela exhaled, and her eyes suddenly lit up with a red light. Waves of red death energy surged out of her body and rushed into the sky, reflecting a red glow. The red energy boiled and rolled like a roaring sea. It was still expanding, and its momentum was on par with the overwhelming Mech Legion. Are you done? I'm going. Hela entered battle mode, her expression becoming calm and indifferent. Han Xiao closed the secondary dimensional army box, controlled his doppelganger to stretch its neck, and released mechanical force to strengthen the entire army. He then looked down at the ground beneath his feet and shook his head helplessly. A good planet is going to suffer again. As soon as he finished speaking, Hela didn't say anything and pushed both of her hands forward, brazenly launching an attack. Rumble. The death energy gathered in midair slammed down like an avalanche, enveloping all the mechanical troops in front of them within its attack range. The outer armor of every mechanical soldier reflected the blood-red tide. Psionic Prime raised his head to take a look, raised the Psionic Prime spear in his hand, and lightly tapped it on the ground. Ha! With him as the center, a light blue psionic barrier suddenly popped out and rapidly expanded, directly enveloping the entire Mech Legion. The tsunami-like death energy smashed onto the psionic barrier, creating an earth-shattering sound. With a flash of light, an energy shockwave mixed with red and blue swept out. Rumble. The ground cracked inch by inch, and dust sprayed out like fountains. Rifts appeared, cliffs sank, and ridges protruded. The terrain within a few hundred kilometers changed drastically. Hela's expression changed. Psionic Prime was actually able to fight her head-on, which was out of her expectations. The way she saw it, Han Xiao would most likely use the army strategy to win with numbers. She did not expect Han Xiao's apostle weapons to have already been strengthened to such an extent. Hela's eyes narrowed. She leaped into the air, raised her hand, and pressed down. The power of the death energy that was corroding and attacking the psionic barrier increased again, and large cracks instantly appeared on the psionic barrier that was already in a stalemate. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the barrier shattered into dust. After all, Hela was not like Kohler and Baoni. Compared to her, there was still a gap between the apostle weapons. The Mech Legion suddenly spread out, and each of them popped out their psionic shields. They prepared to defend against the impact of the death energy while raising their cannons to counterattack. Countless energy cannons were fired at Hela. The blinding light seemed to have cut open space, leaving behind trails of light. Not many beyond grade as were willing to take on such a ferocious attack head-on from the Mech Legion, and Hela was no exception. Her figure moved rapidly in the air, dodging the attacks. Endless death energy gushed out from her body, forming layers of tight shields that covered her body. From time to time, the energy cannons would hit her shield, creating holes in it. The death energy could be used for both offense and defense. There were very few beyond grade as who did not have shields. The power of the dead Esper ability was actually at a disadvantage against the Mech Legion. Ordinary mechanical soldiers were inanimate objects, and Hela's lifesteal attribute could not be triggered. This cut off an important way to recover health. Furthermore, the mental damage caused by the death energy was also useless against the Mech Legion. This meant that she had lost another advantage. Only when she faced an opponent with vitality could her ability be used to its fullest potential. After all, defense was not Hela's forte. The Mech Legion had been strengthened many times, and their attack power had long been reborn. As soon as the Mech Legion began to fight, Hela felt an overwhelming pressure. Han Zhao's cannons continuously penetrated her shield and landed on her body. Her health dropped bit by bit, and her injuries gradually accumulated. However, Hela's recovery was not bad either. Although it could not be compared to Aurora, it was still very impressive. When her level was very low, she already had the high-speed healing talent. The power of the dead would nourish her flesh, increasing her normal recovery by 500% and increasing her recovery by 1,000% to 2,000% when using energy. Now that she had stepped into the beyond grade A realm, Hela had also obtained more recovery abilities. Even if the lifesteal attribute could not be used, her recovery speed was still extremely fast. She was the kind of person who looked fragile but was actually very tanky. In this aspect, she was in the same vein as Han Zhao. For a while, she could withstand the focused fire of the Mech Legion. Not bad. Looks like we won't lose so quickly. Seeing this, Han Zhao smiled and continued to grind his steps. After the battle began, he had his doppelganger activate, charge, endless potential, and started to move around crazily, increasing the movement distance. After activating this skill, he would enter the preparation phase. The movement distance during the preparation phase was the effective distance. Before the attack was launched, the skill would be in a continuous state. Only after the attack was launched would the cooldown of the skill begin. Although the power of the skill depended on the distance and not the speed, the name of the skill still had the word charge in it. Moving around and stopping would not work. The so-called charge distance in the skill introduction meant that after the skill was activated, he would have to keep moving. Speed did not matter, but if he stopped, he would have to start from zero. Even if he continued to move, the skill would only calculate the last movement distance between the last pause and the last attack. Once he started charging, it was best not to stop. With the Mech Legion holding him back, Han Zhao could easily do this. Furthermore, charge, endless potential, would only take effect after the next melee attack, so it would not affect his long-range attacks. Because his level was higher than Hela's, after the battle, the combat information on the interface showed all of Hela's attributes. All of her abilities were displayed at a glance. Han Zhao held her back from a distance while browsing the combat information. As expected of an Esper ability with great S potential, her attributes are really good. After looking at it for a while, even Han Zhao felt a little jealous. Compared to him, a fake genius who was searching for talents everywhere, Hela was the real deal. She had a bunch of talents, many of which were unique to her. She had the potential to be a super fighter. When she grew up and her basic attributes became higher, the effects of these talents would become even more overpowered. However, she was still far from her peak in his previous life. Even if she had become a beyond grade A super, she was still too young in Han Zhao's eyes. Hela's beyond grade A talents were not out of Han Zhao's expectations. One of them was supreme power, which greatly increased the strength of her Esper ability. The other was Cell Reactor, which greatly increased her energy and endurance. Although he had to go easy on Hela to maintain her confidence, Han Xiao did not plan to go easy on her too much. He did not want to fight a protracted battle. Although the focus fire of the army was huge, Hela was not afraid for a while. What really put her in danger was the group of apostle weapons led by Psionic Prime. Each of the apostle weapons could fight on their own and were much stronger than when they were fighting aims. Now that they were attacking Hela together, she was immediately forced into a corner. Boom! Boom! The heaven-subduing banner charged all the way. Occasionally, some death energy that slipped through the net would shoot at him, but he would constantly switch weapons and shatter them, unable to stop him at all. He was equipped with countless high-tech melee weapons. He was a weapons master and was the chief instructor of the mechanical civilization's combat skills. After successfully getting close to Han Xiao, the heaven-suppressing flag immediately jumped and flipped around. The electromagnetic blade, high-frequency chain blade, cutting axe, and other weapons were switched around smoothly, unleashing a series of mechanical pugilist combos. The mechanical body was extremely agile, and it was as beautiful as a war dance. Hela had no choice but to condense the death energy on her body, turning her body into a weapon to deal with the attacks of the heaven-subduing banner. Unfortunately, her close combat ability was far inferior to a weapon master who had mastered countless weapon styles. Very quickly, she was left with no choice but to take a beating. Clang! The vibrating axe made of alloy was blocked by Hela's hand, leaving behind a shallow trace of blood. She then raised her leg high and stomped on the axe. Following that, her jade-like palm struck out through the air, and a beam of highly concentrated death energy shot out from her palm, blowing away the heaven-subduing flag that was close to her. Before she could catch her breath, the space behind her rippled, and Mad Sky Hunter appeared. He opened his mouth, full of sharp metal teeth, and bit toward Hela's neck. Piss off! Hela reacted quickly. She lowered her head, raised her hand, and elbowed. The tip of her elbow hit Mad Sky Hunter's chin. Death energy exploded, creating a shockwave that blew this mechanical beast away. At this time, a purple figure arrived from above. It was wrapped in a twisted force field and dragged a lightning-like energy trail behind it. It knocked Hela away and smashed her into the ground. This was a purple, muscular mechanical soldier with nanobiochemical tendons all over its body. It was Purple Sky Spirit, who had entered an overclocked and berserk state. Its combat ability was extremely high. Hela spun like a top. While stabilizing her body, she shot out death energy to force the apostle weapon back. She wanted to buy some time to catch her breath. However, at this time, a cold light suddenly pierced through the red curtain and lit up in front of Hela's eyes. Swoosh! Hela hurriedly turned her head. This cold light brushed past her face, leaving behind a shallow wound. This cold light came from the tip of a spear. It shot out a dark blue, highly condensed psionic blade. The one holding the spear was Psionic Prime. Among the apostle weapons, Psionic Prime was the strongest. It was not easy for Hela to deal with him. Coupled with the interference of the other apostle weapons, she became more and more passive. The intense battle between the two lasted for a long time. The surface of the planet was beaten beyond recognition, like an egg with a cracked shell. Lava flowed in the cracks on the ground and spurted out from time to time. Countless regions of the planet's crust moved, and powerful earthquakes occurred. Blood dripped down from the sky. Hela was covered in blood, and her face was filled with fatigue. Her specially made battle suit was filled with holes, revealing large areas of her white skin. Her shoulders, abdomen, and thighs were pierced with melee weapons. Just looking at her appearance, one could tell how intense the battle was. Too strong. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. Hela was used to fighting with her full strength. Even when sparring with Han Xiao, she fought with her life on the line without any regard for her own safety. Han Xiao went easy on Hela and made the mechanical army hold back a little, giving her a chance to fight with her full strength. Only by maintaining an overwhelming advantage and letting her fight to her heart's content would he be able to convince Hela. This time, Hela pulled out the weapons pierced in her body. Her bloody wounds slowly healed. She looked around at the apostle weapons, took a deep breath, and snapped her fingers. After fighting for a long time, all the apostle weapons, including psionic prime, had 15 stacks of death's corrosion on them and detonated at the same time. Rumble. All the apostle weapons exploded with red light. They were all heavily injured. The core of death's corrosion was highly corrosive death energy. Detonating this energy had nothing to do with vitality. Therefore, unlike the lifesteal attribute, this ability could be used on any target, including machines. The instant death of a mechanical life was equivalent to the extinguishing of the tinder, so the death energy corrosion had a chance to do the same. However, Hela would not lose her rationality in battle and would not attack Han Zhao's important combatants. Therefore, it did not trigger the instant death judgment and only triggered the basic effect, which vaporized a large amount of the health of these apostle weapons. Under heavy injuries, psionic prime and the other apostle weapons revealed openings. Hela took the opportunity to escape the encirclement and charged toward the Lord's avatar. Like a red meteor, she knocked away all the mechanical soldiers along the way. That's the last attack, right? Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He saw the battle information. Hela was already at the end of her rope, and her health was almost depleted. Knowing that Hela could weaken his recovery ability, Han Zhao did not let his avatar take the brunt of the attack. Just the apostle weapons and mech legion alone were enough to heavily injure Hela. However, he did not continue to roam around. Instead, he controlled his avatar to turn around and charge toward Hela. Above the devastated land, two meteors, one black and one red, collided with each other with a loud bang. Han Zhao did not hold back. The power of charge, endless potential, was all infused in his fist, and he punched Hela's chest. Bang! It was like an earth-shattering explosion. A powerful shockwave exploded and blew away all the dust in the surroundings. A huge hole appeared in Hela's chest, penetrating from the front to the back. All of her organs were smashed into pieces, and all of her blood and flesh splattered out. Hela's eyes lost their luster, and she fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. The target has lost all signs of life. Psionic Prime took a look and was shocked. Lord, you killed her? Didn't we say it was just a spar? Han Zhao glanced at him and deactivated Lord's Descent. His main body slowly landed beside Hela. Did we go overboard? Many apostle weapons followed. They looked at each other and lowered their heads. They were like children who had done something wrong, trembling in fear. Han Zhao did not say anything. At this time, gray energy suddenly gathered from all directions and merged into Hela's corpse. Her eyes suddenly returned to normal, and the dark red light turned gray. The next moment, her broken body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her flesh grew, her organs regrew, and her wounds healed quickly. Hela's pale face slowly turned red. She sat up and took a few deep breaths. The luster in her eyes suddenly disappeared, and she started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Han Zhao had expected this. He smiled and patted her back gently. Does it hurt? Take a deep breath and calm down. Hela had the ignore instant death talent, and he had seen a long time ago. It was also written clearly on the interface. He knew that Hela would not die in one hit, so she would be fine no matter how many wounds she received. Thus, he did not hold back and directly used the burst of charge, endless potential, to beat her to the brink of death. He knew Hela's personality long ago. She was very headstrong, and beating her up with all his might would make her feel satisfied. She had the potential to be a masochist. After a while, Hela finally stopped coughing and had a helpless look on her face. You hit me too hard. I was almost killed by you. Han Zhao raised his brows and spread out his hands. Isn't this what you want? Don't you like it? Hearing this, Hela snorted and did not refute. Although she was almost beaten to death once, Hela was not unhappy. Since she had gone all out, what she wanted was to fight with her life on the line. Han Zhao did not hold back, and she was very satisfied. Furthermore, after this spar, Hila had a first-hand experience of Han Zhao's strength among beyond grade and she was speechless. She did not expect that after stepping into the beyond grade A realm, she would still be beaten up by Black Star. The difference was still so huge. Hela did not feel dispirited or disappointed because of this. Instead, this ignited her fighting spirit. As expected of the person I want to catch up to, it won't be so easy to catch up to you. Only when there's a challenge and difficulty will there be fun. Hela encouraged herself. She had always respected the strong, and she could not help but feel a deeper sense of respect. I lost, but it was a very satisfying fight. It was worth it. Hela smiled from the bottom of her heart. She did not have many hobbies, and fighting was one of them. Tisk, battle maniac. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed, patting her head. Can you still walk? Don't touch my head. Let's go back. Shaking her head to avoid Han Zhao's hand, Hela tried to stand up, but she had just recovered from the near-death experience and was not in a good condition. Seeing this, Han Xiao put his hand on Hela's shoulder and helped her up. Hela glanced at him but did not refuse, allowing him to help her up the spaceship. She even took the initiative to lean into Han Zhao's arms. After this fight, the relationship between the two of them improved a little. Although they were friends in the past, they were not on the same level after all. Now that the two of them were on the same level, they had more common topics to talk about. Their relationship quickly warmed up, and the awkwardness of not seeing each other for 20 years was quickly eliminated. Hela enjoyed this feeling very much. In the past, she could only look at Han Zhao's back. Now, she should be able to stand beside him, right? The private sparring was not leaked, so the outside world did not know about it. Naturally, it did not cause any waves. The most curious thing about the Shattered Star Ring was a phenomenon. More and more beyond grade as were arriving, leading their fleets to the Black Star Corps headquarters without any disguise. The local galactic residents of the Shattered Star Ring heard the news and focused their attention on these beyond grade as in the Black Star Corps. They all smelled the scent of big news. Chapter 1009. As the various big shots arrived in the Shattered Star Ring, this star field became livelier and livelier. As the face of the superworld, every beyond grade A attracted the attention of countless galactic residents and organizations. They could be said to be special idols. Apart from their own deeds, another important source of fame for beyond grade, as was the Wayne cards. Every big shot had their own set of cards. There were too many people in the universe who played cards and knew these big shots like the back of their hand. This mentality was very similar to collecting cards, like the feeling of collecting Water Margin's 108 generals while eating snacks. On this day, spaceships circled the Black Star Corps headquarters one after another. Most of them were media reporters who had heard the news and came over. 80% of the media in the Shattered Star Ring had come. These reporters had been there for many days, witnessing the fleets of beyond grade as entering the Black Star Corps headquarters one after another. The surprise in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. How many have arrived? 27. There are even more beyond grade as on their way here. With so many beyond grade as gathered, something big must be happening. Are they going to rebel? Everyone was itching to rush into the Black Star Corps headquarters to find out the truth. Ever since the arrival of the first beyond grade Ames, they were chased out and not allowed to enter the Black Star headquarters. They could only watch from the outside. Unable to satisfy their curiosity, these reporters seemed to have turned into manic baboons, unable to sit still for even a moment. Although the dynasty had released some news, it was only vague information. In order to maintain a sense of mystery, they did not explain the reason why these beyond grade as gathered in the Black Star Corps. This was to let the outside world speculate. It had to be said that this method of leaving suspense in a literary work was very effective. The Shattered Star Ring had already received a lot of attention because of the flickering world, and the news of the beyond grade as gathering in the Black Star Army had already attracted the attention of the entire universe. Everyone was filled with questions. What was the purpose of 80% of the beyond grade as in the universe suddenly gathering? The circle of beyond grade, as was too distant for ordinary people. Without any inside information, there were too many mysteries in their minds. Among them, Black Star was the most discussed. The interest of the entire universe toward Han Xiao was once again raised. Why did all the big shots choose the Black Star Core as their meeting place? Why was Black Star able to summon so many people with a single call? Over the years, Han Xiao had been keeping a low profile and didn't make much news. Only recently did he make a news splash. Many people had an illusion that Black Star had done some secret things over the years, which allowed his status to suddenly rise to such a high level. Not long ago, the Black Star Core had a second beyond grade A, and now 70 to 80% of the beyond grade as in the universe had gathered. Almost everyone had such a guess. At this time, another 2 fleets came through hyperdrive, arriving one after another. Their outer armor was engraved with the insignia of the Mecha Empire and the Void Overlord. They were Manison and Kasui's fleets. Quick, record it. The likes of Manison and Kasui actually came. Black Star's face is too big. The 2 fleets passed by these media ships and landed toward the Black Star Corps headquarters. Many reporters hurriedly recorded this process. Since they could not enter, the only thing these reporters could do was record the list of the beyond grade as present and wait for the news to spread. The 2 fleets sailed into the Army's dock, and Manison and Kasui's doppelganger walked down from the spaceship. The 2 of them were old acquaintances, so they quickly chatted. "You're here too. Looks like Ethereal also supported Black Star this time." Manison chuckled. "Didn't Radiance send someone here too?" Kasui's tone was indifferent. His voice seemed to come from the void, very ethereal. "Radiance is Radiance, and I'm me. My goal this time is different." Manison's tone was indifferent, drawing the line so clearly. "You're not afraid that Radiance will be unhappy." Kasui shook his head. "Then what's your goal? Do you still remember the last time so many beyond grade is gathered?" "I forgot. I'm guessing the 3 universal civilizations have almost forgotten, so I'll help them remember." Manison's tone was casual. Kasui paused and did not comment. "This might not be a good thing for us. The more we value it, the more we fear it. It might be another tragedy of the pinnacles. Good and bad always coexist. Although we beyond grade as belong to different organizations, we're all in the same class and have always been in a state of disunity. Now that we're acting together, we've attracted the attention of the entire universe. I believe the other beyond grade as can see how powerful we are when we work together. If we can make use of this power, we can ask for more things," Manison said slowly. "You haven't changed. You're still saying the same thing." Kasui's tone was emotionless. "The ancient ones, the mechanical race, the limitless financial group. You have a lot of resources in your hands, but unfortunately, at your level, you can't do it alone. You have to make use of everyone. Tell me, what are you going to do this time? We're just making use of each other. I'm not the only one benefiting. Every beyond grade A will benefit. Isn't that good?" Manison smiled. "Anyway, you know me. Unless you have a way to help me complete the final God's trait transformation, don't come to me for this kind of thing again." Kasui waved his hand. Manison did not mind and changed the topic. "Then let's not talk about this for now. The void specialties you gave me last time were pretty good. Give me some more." "Sure, return the 10,000 deity scepter first." "Are you dreaming?" The 2 of them casually bickered. This time, more than 10 beyond grade as who were waiting at the dock walked over. They were basically the beyond grade as of Radiance and Ethereal. These people had arrived earlier. Because not everyone had arrived, they could only temporarily stay in the Army headquarters and wait. They had already stayed there for some time. Today, their leaders had arrived, so they came to pick them up. There was only one exception, which was Sorokin. He stood alone outside the crowd with a smile on his face. "Why did you come to pick us up?" Manison glanced at him. "Although this is Black Star's territory, the 2 of you are important shareholders of the financial group. Welcoming you is what I should do," Sorokin said sincerely. To the others, this tone sounded like a bootlicker, which was very much in line with their long-time impression of Sorokin. At this time, Han Xiao walked over and attracted everyone's attention. He smiled and said, "Welcome to the Black Star Corps. Follow me. The rooms have been arranged." Black Star. The dozen or so beyond grades turned around and greeted him. Their gazes were filled with complicated emotions. Some of them had only heard of Black Star's name in the past, but had never actually met him. During this period of time in the Black Star Corps, they had already gotten to know Han Xiao. In reality, most of the beyond grade as present did not want to come. They only came because of the orders of the upper echelons of Radiance and Ethereal. However, no matter how unwilling they were, since they were in someone else's territory, they did not dare be arrogant. Otherwise, they would completely offend Han Xiao. Angering a peak beyond grade, who was very good at fighting, was naturally unwise. Manison nodded at Han Xiao. "We meet again. If I remember correctly, this should be the second time I've come to your territory." "It's the third time." Han Xiao raised his brows. "You forgot about the fight." "All right." Manison shook his head and laughed, not minding it at all. Ever since the last time, Han Xiao had not made any moves for more than 10 years. Manison had already determined that Han Xiao had admitted defeat and would no longer challenge his position, so he did not have any prejudice against him. Over the years, he had defeated many mechanics. As long as they admitted defeat, he would not continue to target them. As the main god of the machinery faith, he still had to act cool. "This is Void Overlord Kasui. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the first time you've met." Manison turned around and introduced Kasui. "It's indeed the first time we've met, but I've heard a lot about you." Han Xiao smiled and took the initiative to extend his hand. "It's an honor to meet Your Excellency Kasui." Kasui shook Han Xiao's hand and said, "I've often heard of Black Star's name. You're also a legendary figure, so it's my honor to meet you. I heard that you also have the Void bloodline. I think we'll have a lot of common topics to talk about." After complimenting each other for a while, Han Xiao led everyone back to their rooms. After the people from Radiance and Ethereal settled down, only Sorokin was left. "Your Excellency Black Star, your face really amazes me. So many big shots have come to support you." Sorokin seemed to be sincerely praising him, but in Han Xiao's ears, it sounded fake. Han Xiao curled his lips. "I thought you wouldn't come. How is that possible? I'm also doing business in the Shattered Star Ring. You're the leader of this star field, so how could I not give you face? I know you have some misunderstandings about me, and we have some competition in business, but I'm full of respect for you." Sorokin forced a smile. "We might have a chance to work together in the future." Han Xiao knew that this guy's shamelessness was on par with his and was already used to it. He clicked his tongue and said, "Hebert didn't come with you? He said he'll come on the last day." He's clearly very close to you and is fighting with you like a child." Sorokin immediately sold out Heber. Got it." Han Xiao waved his hand, leaving the boy with a fake smile, Sorokin behind. He then turned around and left, thinking to himself, other than the allies of the 3 universal civilizations who had received orders to come over, the others all had their own thoughts. For example, Sorokin probably wanted to follow the crowd and disguise himself while taking the opportunity to interact with these beyond grade as. As for that old guy from the Mecha Empire, he seemed to have other plans as well. The beyond grade, as who came to the Black Star Corps, could be divided into 3 types. The first were the dynasty's allies, Ames, Austin, and the others. The second were the allies of the other 2 universal civilizations who had received orders to come over, and the third were the neutral beyond grade, as of the other factions. Most of these people came to make friends. However, these people's intentions did not have much of an impact on this event, so Han Xiao did not mind. The way Han Xiao saw it, the focus of this beyond grade A association was the waiting period before the official meeting. These beyond grade as would have to wait in their own territories for more than 10 days. This would create a platform for communication, making it convenient for these beyond grade as who would not normally meet each other to interact. Usually, due to the restrictions of regions and factions, there would not be such a public occasion for so many big shots to gather together. This way, everyone could work together, and it would also be convenient for him to test so many beyond grade as whom he would meet for the first time. Not only him, everyone's social circle would be expanded a lot, which would be beneficial for strengthening the connections of the entire beyond grade A circle. Han Xiao not only wanted to increase his reputation and maintain the security of the star field, but he also wanted to allow the other beyond grade as to interact with each other, providing an opportunity to help these people build a good relationship with each other. Although there might be conflicts and grudges between the beyond grade, as if the World Tree War broke out, everyone would be comrades who would fight side by side. He wanted to do something good in advance. Furthermore, if the beyond grade has remained in a state of disunity, it would also lead to some serious consequences. The calamity of the supers has a fuse, and it's also an irresistible trend. I hope my meeting can cause some changes. Han Xiao thought. Your Excellency, President, nearly 30 beyond grade as have already settled down in the Black Star Corps headquarters. The final number is estimated to be between 70 to 80. On the mother planet of the Radiant Federation, Bader listened to the Chief Elder's report with a frown. Considering many factors, he had chosen to let his allies support him. However, he suddenly realized that with so many beyond grade as gathered together, this force was too terrifying. Just meeting them would cause the entire universe to tremble, triggering a storm of public opinion. The influence was truly frightening, a little beyond his expectations. There are too many beyond grade as... That's right. In a few days, the Black Star Corps headquarters might become the most dangerous place in the entire universe. The Chief Elder's expression did not look too good. You misunderstood. Bader raised his head and glanced at him. What I meant was... There are too many beyond grade as in the universe. The Chief Elder's expression changed abruptly. Bader stood up, walked to the window, looked out, and slowly said, Beyond grade is have long lifespans. If there are no accidents, they can live for hundreds or thousands of years at the very least. There are even super immortals whose lifespans can't be seen. Even if the probability of a beyond grade A appearing is very low, according to the ratio of normal deaths to new births, the total number of beyond grade, as in the universe, will only continue to increase. 100, 200, one day, it will reach tens of thousands. At that time, the individual strength will be out of control. The Chief Elder's expression became extremely serious. You're saying we'll have a new reckoning? Just like the tragedy of the Pinnacles? Bader shook his head. The tragedy of the Pinnacles was just an accident, but it revealed to us how to deal with the beyond grade as. Although the number of beyond grade as is still under control, if we don't plan ahead, there will be a day when the top individual strength overflows. Therefore, a reckoning of the beyond grade as is necessary. However, I don't plan to do this during my term. The flickering world is very important to the entire universe. Now is indeed not the time for a reckoning. The Chief Elder nodded. If there were too many individual strengths that exceeded common sense, the order of the universe would be shaken. In his eyes, a reckoning of the beyond grade as had nothing to do with personal grievances, but to maintain the stability of the universe. However, this action would definitely cause a short period of turmoil and pain. Therefore, this was a hot potato for any leader of a universal civilization. No one wanted to do such a dirty job during their term. To him, this was like maintaining the ecological balance of the universe. It was not to eliminate the beyond grade but to control the total number of beyond grade as, maintaining the ratio of individual strength to collective strength at a safe value. In an era of peace where there were no external enemies, once this ratio was out of balance, the consequences would be unpredictable. This was not an idea he suddenly came up with. In fact, many years ago, the three universal civilizations had already made similar plans. However, the beyond grade as were not out of control, so this plan had never been implemented. This was a tacit agreement between the three rulers of the universe. I wonder if Black Star held this meeting with this intention long ago. Bader thought of Manison's attitude and paused for a moment. The Mecha Empire has probably guessed that a reckoning is inevitable, so they want to gather the beyond grade as to show us their strength, or to improve the status of the beyond grade as. TSK, two cunning fellows. He had to admit that he was indeed more wary of the beyond grade but it was impossible to start a reckoning now, so he could only turn his wariness into importance. Black Star, Mecha, Empire, do you really want to gather the strength of the beyond grade Bader's eyes were deep. Chapter 1010. As more and more beyond grade arrived at the Black Star Corps headquarters, Han Zhao's territory became even livelier. In just a short while, an army of 70 to 80 beyond grade had gathered there. The Amethyst civilization, which was in charge of this star cluster, gradually became nervous. They secretly deployed their troops and made some defensive arrangements. Not only the Amethyst civilization, but all the star cluster civilizations in charge of the Shattered Star Ring, as well as the 3 universal civilizations stationed in this star field, began to secretly deploy their troops. Their fleets moved quietly, preparing for a rainy day. With so many peak combatants in the universe, it was enough to easily overturn an entire star field. Furthermore, the ones who controlled this kind of power were independent individuals with free thoughts, so there was a risk of them not being controlled. As for the Ghidorah civilization, which was directly in charge of the Black Star Corps headquarters, they gathered their fleets and hoarded them in the Star Zone, where the Black Star Corps headquarters was located. The undercurrents in the outside world did not affect the mood of the beyond grade With Heber being the last to arrive, the meeting was held as scheduled. The location of the meeting was a large hall in the headquarters. The dome was 100 meters high, and dozens of floating thrones formed a circle, quietly floating 5 meters above the ground. The door opened, and the beyond grade who had been staying in the headquarters for the past few days filed in. The tallest was Beast Ancestor, Garutan, and the shortest was the finger-sized Sun Hunter. Each had their own unique characteristics. Everyone chose a seat and sat down. The allies of the 3 universal civilizations were clearly divided, each sitting in their own groups, with the beyond grade of the other factions in the middle. After sitting down, they realized that there were still 3 empty seats connected together. Seeing that Han Xiao had not arrived yet, they casually chatted and sized each other up. While waiting, many beyond grade had interacted with each other. In the past, some of them had only heard of each other's names, but had never seen each other before. Using the opportunity brought by Han Xiao, these people got to know each other and made some new friends. Among them, the ones who were visited the most were the peak beyond grade with high statuses in the circle, such as Manison, Cassie, Kant, Gruten, and so on. Claudie and a few other beyond grade did not come to the Shattered Star Ring, so they naturally did not participate in the meeting. At this moment, the ones who received the most attention were the new beyond grade who were born less than 10 years ago, such as Hades of Radiance, Yining of the Dynasty, and Tolian of Ethereal. After a while, 3 figures walked in. Everyone stopped chatting and looked at the door. It was Han Xiao, Hela, and Ames. Han Xiao strode forward, arriving before the mechanical throne. He slowly rose into the air, turned around, and sat down, facing all the beyond grade At the same time, Ames and Hela sat on the empty seats next to him. Many people looked at Hela with curiosity in their eyes. There were many who were interested in this new beyond grade A super from the Black Star Corps. Rumble, the door finally closed slowly. With a smile on his face, Han Xiao looked around and slowly said, "Everyone is here. I'm sorry for the long wait. Thanks to everyone's kindness, everyone is willing to attend this meeting and support me." While speaking politely, he observed everyone. As he spoke, some people sat upright and still with a solemn expression. Some were expressionless and indifferent. Some had smiles on their faces to express friendliness, and some leaned lazily against their chairs in an indifferent manner. From this, one could see the attitudes of some people. There were more than 70 beyond grade present. More than 40 of them, including himself, were allies of the 3 universal civilizations. Most of the rest were alone, and a few were allies of the supercluster civilizations. There were many people with multiple identities, such as the Ancient Ones and a few shareholders of the Limitless Financial Group. Beast Ancestor, Secret Master, and other protectors of the galactic black market were also present. They were all important and worthy of attention. There was a complicated network of relationships between these people. Some had good relationships with each other, some had grudges with each other, some were brothers on the surface but plotted against each other behind the scenes, and some were helping each other on the surface. While waiting, Han Xiao also walked around and made friends with everyone. He also completed his probing and collected the combat information of everyone present. Only a small portion of them had higher levels than him, so he could not see the complete information. The abilities of the others were completely under his control, so he had a lot of information. However, these people were still in the dark and did not know that their underwear had been seen through. No matter what reason you all have for coming to support me, I thank you all for coming. This time, Han Xiao finished the pleasantries and went straight to the point. I believe everyone has already talked to each other, so I'll save my breath and not introduce everyone. Everyone smiled politely and stared at Han Xiao, waiting for him to continue. Han Xiao lightly patted the armrest of his chair and said, "I'm holding this meeting mainly to discuss the problem of the Shattered Star Ring with everyone." Before he could finish his sentence, a discordant voice rang out. "Humph, you can represent the entire Shattered Star Ring?" Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they looked toward the source of the voice. The person who spoke was Serene of the Radiant Federation and also a member of the Ancient Ones. He had a disapproving expression on his face. Han Zhao's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "There are so many civilizations and organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. Of course, I can't represent the entire star field." "Then what right do you have to talk about this problem?" Serene questioned. "Don't forget, the Radiant Federation is the real ruler of the Shattered Star Ring. Only we can represent this star field, not you." The other allies of the Radiants did not stop Serene. They came because they were giving face, but as competitors, they would not let Han Xiao achieve his goal too easily. It was inevitable that they would make things difficult for him. Even if they did not stop him, they would not let him have it easy. "I don't agree with that," Han Xiao slowly said. "I'm a local of the Shattered Star Ring and represent the dynasty to oversee this place. I'm also the strongest beyond grade A in this star field. Although I can't represent the entire star field, I still have the right to speak for it in my own name. Furthermore, I'm not announcing anything unilaterally. I'm just here to discuss with everyone." "The strongest beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring? Not necessarily, right?" Serene sneered. Han Xiao raised his brows, opened his arms slightly, and said, "You're doubting my record? Don't worry, Heber, Cisco, and Ames have all been defeated by you. I won't deny this fact. As for Hela, she's only a new student. She's most likely not your match." Hearing this, Heber's expression turned ugly. He did not like outsiders mentioning his defeat in front of so many beyond grade as. Cisco coldly glanced at Serene before glaring at Han Xiao. As the saying went, don't point out someone's shortcomings when scolding them. Ames, on the other hand, did not seem to mind. She smiled faintly and was indifferent. Hela, on the other hand, was expressionless like a rock, turning a deaf ear to him. "Then, what's your opinion?" Han Xiao asked. "Very simple. There's still one person who has not been defeated by you in a head-on battle. Magus Austin." Serene shook his head. "He's just too low-key. He might not be your match. If you don't defeat him, you won't be able to maintain your position as the strongest in the star field." Austin was stunned. Why am I being dragged into this all of a sudden? Thinking about it, he understood. Serene wanted to roast him on the fire, which was a form of provocation. Although Serene most likely knew that he had a good relationship with Black Star, it would not cost him anything to try. As long as he could leave a mark on their relationship, it would be worth it. "I admit that Black Star is the strongest in the star field, but I admit that I'm not his match." Austin curled his lips. This was the only thing he could say. He could not possibly spar with Han Xiao on the spot. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded at Austin before asking Serene, "Any other opinions?" "No." Seeing Manison give him a look, Serene closed his eyes and did not say anything else. Han Xiao glanced around. Seeing that no one else had any opinions, he said with a deep voice. All right then. Since everyone acknowledges that I have the right to speak for the Shattered Star Ring, let's get back to the main topic. Since the opening of the Flickering World is imminent, I can understand that everyone has come to the Shattered Star Ring to wait for orders. However, I believe that everyone knows that with so many beyond grade as gathered in one star field, there will be many unstable factors. As the leader of the Shattered Star Ring, I have something to say, and I hope that everyone will listen carefully. Since I developed in the Shattered Star Ring, I naturally have the responsibility of maintaining the stability of the star field. I welcome everyone to the Shattered Star Ring as guests, but I have a small request. I hope that during your stay, you will not destroy the security of the Shattered Star Ring and cause trouble. If everyone is willing to give me this face, I'll be very grateful. This time, Han Xiao changed the topic, and his tone was slightly heavy. However, if anyone disregards my request, I will treat it as a challenge and will definitely not let it go. Remember, there's still a long way to go before the development of the Flickering World. I don't wish to have any conflicts with anyone. Hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone had different expressions. Some were indifferent, some were approving, some were serious, and some were serious. Although Han Xiao was very polite, it was essentially a threat and a warning. His meaning was very domineering. No matter where you came from, when you met me, the local tyrant, even if you were a dragon, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. If you want to cause trouble in the Shattered Star Ring, you have to consider the consequences of offending me. Everyone present was the boss of their respective regions, and there was no lack of Starfield spokespersons. Many of them felt that these words were a little harsh. However, with Black Star's current status and strength, he was able to suppress an entire Starfield. He was already qualified to say such words, and no one felt that it was inappropriate. This time, Austin smiled and said, I'm also a local beyond grade A of the Shattered Star Ring. I also do not wish for the Starfield to become chaotic. What Black Star said is also my opinion. Humph, me too, Heber said unwillingly. Immediately after, Ames and Hella also expressed their opinions. Seeing this, Cisco could only pinch his nose and go along. At this moment, the local beyond grade as of the Shattered Star Ring all supported Han Xiao, expressing that they would work together to maintain the stability of the star field. It was a form of acknowledging Han Xiao's leadership. Han Xiao paused for a few seconds, taking in everyone's reactions. He suddenly smiled and said, Of course, if you're willing to give me face, I am willing to cooperate with you in the development of the Flickering World. Currently, the Black Star Corps occupies the most territory in the Flickering World. I believe I can provide you with quite a bit of help. The eyes of many sparkled. Everyone knew that the Black Star Corps had a huge foundation in the Flickering World. Everyone's goal was the Flickering World. If they could obtain Han Xiao's help, it would naturally be more convenient. Before they came, they thought that Han Xiao was only threatening them this time. They did not expect him to be willing to cooperate with them. This was a small surprise for them. We will remember your words, Manison said calmly. Radiance also does not wish to see anyone causing trouble here. Seeing the Mecha Empire express their stance, the other Beyond Grade has also spoke. Since Black Star and the Mecha Empire have both said so, then no one is to cause trouble in the Shattered Star Ring. Wait patiently for the Flickering World to open. There will be plenty of time in the future. If anyone dares to mess around here, they will be our enemy. Black Star, we have given you face. Remember to fulfill your promise. Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled. I'm glad we have reached a consensus. At this time, Manison suddenly changed the topic. Black Star is worthy of respect for holding this meeting for the sake of the stability of the star field. However, I want to say that you did not gather us here just for such a small matter, right? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He turned to look at him and stretched out his hand. If you have anything to say, just say it. All right, then I'll be direct. Everyone looked at Manison curiously. They didn't know what he meant. Manison pondered for a moment before slowly saying, The advanced civilizations make use of us, and we make use of them. Frenzy are working for different factions, so It's normal for us to fight and kill each other. However, I think that we should not be completely limited to the differences between factions. Those are the rules of the game set by the advanced civilizations. Sometimes we should jump out of these rules and make plans for ourselves. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly, and they all fell silent. This topic had always been very sensitive, and no one had expected Madison to openly mention it on this occasion. He did not hide it from the direct members of the advanced civilizations. The moment they stepped into the beyond Grade A realm, everyone was on the same level. Even if they belonged to different factions, it could not change the nature of their class. Madison looked around and continued, "You all understand that the advanced civilizations need us, but they are also afraid of us. They do not wish for us to have too many personal relationships. It is very rare for us to have such a large-scale meeting like today. As you all have seen, we have only met once, and it has already caused a storm in the entire universe. There must be countless spaceships and cannons pointing in our direction now. You all understand that I'm not exaggerating. We don't need you to emphasize our situation," Kant said with a frown. "I don't think now is the time to talk about this topic. It's too early. It's better to be prepared early than not," Madison said calmly. "So, why did you bring this up? Do you want all of us to form an alliance?" Garutin said in a muffled voice. "Let me remind you, forming an alliance is no different from rebelling," Kasui interrupted. There was one more thing he did not say. The pillars of the three universal civilizations, like them, were basically safe, so he did not want to care. Everyone spoke one after another, expressing their opinions and arguing fiercely. Usually, there would not be many opportunities to talk about such things, so this event organized by Han Xiao became a platform for exchanging opinions. "Don't worry, the time is not right yet. What I want is just a tacit understanding." Madison looked at Han Xiao and said with a curious tone, "You are the organizer of this meeting. You listened for a while and did not stop us, so what is your opinion?" Everyone turned to look at Han Xiao. Black Star's position in the circle was not low, so his opinion was also important. Han Xiao spread his hands and shook his head. "I have no other opinion. I just feel that there are still too few beyond grade as." "Yeah, too few." Madison sighed. Han Xiao glanced at him. "When we said too few, we definitely did not mean the same thing." Chapter 10:11. Just as Black Star said, the time isn't ripe yet. "Continuing to wait is what we should do," Sorokin said with a smile. "Yes, we need more fresh blood." Madison nodded. He then glanced at the new Beyond Grade as present and made the mechanical host send a virtual emoji. A bubble smiley face appeared above his head. "Old man, you sure know how to act cute." This was the first thought that popped into Han Xiao's mind. Hela could not help but turn to look at Han Xiao. She wanted to say something, but stopped. She did not expect these Beyond Grade as to have such a big topic when gathered together. This meeting gradually turned into a magical direction. To Hela and the other new Beyond Grade, as the topic of these big shots was too profound. They could only listen silently and had no right to interrupt. "Will it be troublesome to talk about such a topic in our own territory?" Hela was secretly worried. Noticing Hela's gaze, Han Xiao gave her a reassuring look. Ames noticed that the two of them were exchanging glances. She knocked Han Xiao with her force field and made him turn to look at her. She whispered, "You actually have the same purpose for holding this meeting, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have let Madison use your territory to talk about such a big matter." "Everything is within my calculations." Han Xiao raised his brows. Everyone argued for a while, and someone finally expressed their stance. "Although we can't form an alliance, our circle does need a closer relationship," Kant said with a deep voice. "We need to communicate more frequently. The flickering world is a suitable reason." A neutral peak beyond Grade A slowly said, "In the past, due to the restrictions of our factions and regions, the interactions between us were limited. But now, everyone's organizations will enter the flickering world, and this star field will become our platform for communication. To a certain extent, we will be free from the previous restrictions. Therefore, We need a bridge, a messenger. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously turned to look at Han Xiao. In the explored universe, beyond grade A organizations could not expand as they wished. They were restricted by the advanced civilizations and various rules, which separated this level to a certain extent. In the future, everyone present would be able to enter the flickering world, which was of great significance. Even if it was only the branches of the various beyond grade A organizations, it would still be able to cross the regional restrictions to a certain extent, making it convenient for all the beyond grade as to communicate and promote the unification of the class. This would allow a portion of everyone's strength to be completely united. This required a bridge to form the information and resource transfer core of the beyond grade, as in the flickering world, binding everyone together like glue. To be able to do this, one had to have a deep foundation in the flickering world, and the Black Star Corps was the largest organization in the flickering world other than the dynasty. The best person to build the bridge was Black Star, with more than 70 beyond grade, as staring at a single person. Even if they had no ill intentions, the pressure was still terrifying. Han Xiao took a deep breath and smiled. If you need it, I'm happy to do it. In fact, this was one of Han Xiao's goals from the start. Although the process was a little different, he still got what he wanted. All along, Han Xiao had let the Black Star Corps lay a foundation in the flickering world, and part of the reason was to obtain this qualification. Since he had become a member of the peak of individual strength, he had to face this problem. Although the butterfly effect caused by him changed the storyline, regardless of whether the World Tree War broke out before or after the calamity of the Supers, he had to make plans for himself in advance. If he became the link between the calamity of the Supers, he would have more initiative. As the peak of individual strength, unless he became the ruler, absolute loyalty to the collective strength did not exist. From the very beginning, the relationship between the two had been one of mutual benefit. Han Technician had never thought of being loyal to any organization. Even a child knew that eggs could not be placed in one basket. He had to prepare other escape routes for himself. Even if the chances of him being killed were very low, he would not ignore it. The interests of different classes could not be truly unified. Unless one was willing to be used as a chess piece or become orange juice together, complicated problems could never be simplified. The relationship between friend and foe often changed. Only class interests were the most reliable alliance. Your Excellency Black Star is very responsible. Everyone nodded at Han Xiao, smiled, and looked away. I want to reach a tacit understanding with everyone. Manison looked around and said solemnly, when that day comes, as long as someone calls for help, I hope everyone will respond. You'll see, Kasui said calmly. Everyone nodded and reached a consensus. Usually, they did not form alliances. Under normal circumstances, everyone would still fight for their own factions. Once the time was right, everyone would be willing to take action. They talked about many things. After 2 days and 2 nights, the meeting officially ended. The Beyond Grade as bade farewell and left the Black Star Corps one after another. Manison and Kasui walked together on the road to the dock, talking softly. The content of this meeting will definitely reach the ears of the 3 universal civilizations. You didn't hide it at all. Aren't you afraid of angering the Radiant Federation? Kasui asked. Manison smiled. Even without this meeting, the fear will still exist. It's better to give them some pressure and increase our chips. With Black Star around, the Radiants can't leave me, and vice versa. The difference between factions restricts us and also restrains them. Anything is possible. Kasui shook his head. When a tool has other thoughts, no matter how useful it is, it can be abandoned at any time. We're not tools. Manison's tone was calm. Remember, we represent the peak of individual strength. Everyone is a treasure of this universe. Not only are we the embodiment of violence, but we're also a precious special gene bank. We represent the infinite possibilities of evolution. We're never small characters that can be trampled on by others. If you want to abandon us, you'll always have to pay the price. I understand. You're in such a hurry because you want to protect yourself. Kasui glanced at him. Have you finally realized that your forces are too strong? Manison did not answer. He suddenly paused and sighed. It's a pity. ES God is gone. Although he's not on the same path, he's still somewhat useful. If he didn't stand on the opposite side of the three universal civilizations, who knows how much help he could have given us? Kasui's tone was strange. You know that his lifespan isn't long, right? What are you trying to say? Nothing. It's just that he definitely knows the problem of his lifespan better than anyone else. Kasui smiled. After the meeting ended, the outside world gradually discovered an abnormal phenomenon. All the beyond grade as who participated in the meeting were unexpectedly low-key, and no conflicts broke out. Originally, with so many beyond grade as gathered, it was full of unstable factors. Everyone thought that it would affect the security of the star field, and there was an 80% chance that some beyond grade A battles would break out. However, from the beginning to the end, these big shots were very restrained and kept the shattered star ring stable. The entire universe was bewildered by this, and it caused a trend of speculation. The source of these beyond grade as restraining themselves was definitely the meeting held by Black Star. Just what did Black Star talk about to make so many beyond grade as behave? Public opinion continued to spread, and finally, Han Xiao arranged for someone to reveal the inside information. Black Star had gathered all the foreign beyond grade as to represent the shattered star ring. He asked everyone not to cause trouble and maintain the security of the star field. As soon as the news spread, the shattered star ring was in an uproar. The first feeling of countless local galactic residents was that they were touched. Look, Black Star is so responsible. In order to maintain security, he did not hesitate to take the risk to gather so many beyond grade as to his territory. He's simply a peacemaker with great love. A beyond grade A who is willing to speak up for us is a responsible person. Furthermore, Black Star's approach was very effective. So many beyond grade as were actually convinced and did not cause trouble. This was enough to show that Black Star had a huge influence. It's our blessing to have such a person in the star field. All of a sudden, Han Zhao's reputation in the Shattered Star Ring started to skyrocket. After doing such a thing, countless galactic residents did not mind letting Black Star be the spokesperson of the Shattered Star Ring. The power and identity of the leader of the star field were finally recognized by the galactic residents. His limelight was unparalleled, and the light of all the local organizations was suppressed. To the Black Star Corps, this meeting was like a man-made promotional event. Only by doing things would they be able to increase their fame and status. This meeting itself was also worth remembering. It was rare for so many beyond grade as to gather together. It was enough to go down in history. On the internet, more and more people thought that this was the symbol of the flickering star field and gave it a nickname. Meeting of the Gods. You have received 2 Universe Legendary Points. Universe Legendary Points. Spokesperson of the Shattered Star Ring. You have received the recognition of this star field. From now on, you have the right to be the spokesperson of the Shattered Star Ring. Universe Legendary Points. Initiator of the Meeting of the Gods. After many years, many beyond grade as have gathered again. As the initiator of this event, you have gone down in history. Meeting of the Gods? Why not call it the Martial Arts Conference or the Mount Hua Sword Duel? In the Black Star Corps headquarters, Han Xiao looked at the notification on the interface and could not help but curse. Other than the name, he was quite satisfied with everything else. He had received 2 Universe Legendary Points. Other than that, the mission given by the Red Empire to maintain the stability of the star field had also been completed. He had received billions of experience and a considerable amount of Red Empire contribution points. Now that Hela had become a beyond grade A, he had the right to exchange for Esper ultimate knowledges from the dynasty. The more Hela owed him, the easier it would be to tie him to the army. After completing the dynasty's mission, Uranril had specially called to praise him, but did not mention anything about the conspiracy of the beyond grade as. However, they did not hide it, so it should be said that it was an open conspiracy. Of course, The three universal civilizations would not be kept in the dark about this, since they did not mention it. Han Xiao roughly understood the dynasty's attitude. They knew that it was useless to question their allies. There are no more problems in the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao played with a pet robot the size of his palm and muttered to himself, "Now, all we have to do is wait for the dynasty to blow the horn of the era." With so many beyond grade as setting an example, the other organizations did not cause any trouble. Everyone obediently waited for the opening of the flickering world. Han Zhao's actions had stabilized the situation in the star field. Everyone was focused on their preparations, and the days passed as they waited. A few months passed, and the promised date finally arrived. On this day, the dynasty officially announced the opening of the flickering world. All Starfield stargates leading to the flickering world were activated. At the same time, a notification popped up on Han Zhao's interface. The players he had not seen for a long time were finally online. Chapter 10-12. At the outer edge of the Shattered Star Ring, stargates with the dynasty's symbol stood in a row, extending far into the distance. Every stargate was separated by the dynasty's fleet that maintained law and order. It was like a chain of blue gems on a black velvet that was studded with diamonds. Opposite the stargates were densely packed fleets with the symbols of different organizations, almost covering every inch of space visible to the naked eye. The size of the fleet gathered was extremely rare, even in history. Today was the day the dynasty opened the flickering world. These were all spaceships waiting to enter. Other than the civilizations and civil organizations from the various star fields, there were also many galactic residents who could not wait to go to the flickering world. Some were there for tourism, some for adventure, and some for development opportunities. Time passed minute by minute, and it was gradually approaching the time the dynasty had promised. The waiting time felt like years. Finally, the dynasty's announcement sounded in the public communication channel and was sent to every spaceship present. It's time. In the name of the Red Empire, we announce to the entire universe that the flickering world is officially open. The next moment, all the stargates were completely activated. The vortex in the center of the stargates began to spin faster, forming a hazy, dazzling blue wormhole that flickered with rainbow light from time to time. Every stargate was opened. All the spaceships moved, forming a long line that seemed to extend infinitely, entering the stargates one after another. The scene was extremely magnificent. Not far from these civilian stargates were the military stargates that were exclusive to the dynasty's allies. Black Star spaceships were lined up, and the remote projections of many officers were standing in the command room, their eyes focused on the figure in front of the window. Han Zhao's back was facing everyone, and his eyes were looking through the porthole at the seemingly endless sea of spaceships not far away. He softly said, "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" "The sound of a new era breaking out of its shell." Han Xiao chuckled. Version 4.0 activated. Retrieving data. Retrieving data complete. Player forms opened. This day has finally come. Han Xiao took a deep breath. This was an important turning point. Starting from version 4.0, the players had officially stepped onto the stage of Galaxy Wars and interfered with the progress of history, gaining the notoriety of being the cancer of the universe and the fourth calamity. The power that the players had grasped had truly crossed a boundary, and their influence on the world had entered a new realm. With a level 150 version limit and a stable B+ combat power, they were already worthy of being called the backbone of the universe. Once the flames of chaos were ignited, they would engulf the entire universe. At this moment, Sylvia seemed to have received a report. She took out her communicator and glanced at it. Her pupils shrank, and she said in a deep voice, "Army Commander, the immortals of the army have appeared again." Han Xiao finally turned around, looked at the crowd, and nodded slightly. "Bring them all to me." At the same time, at the Black Star Corps headquarters, before the version update, many players had gone to the Black Star Corps headquarters to go offline. Now that they were back online, countless white lights flashed, and the empty hall instantly became a sea of people. The bustle replaced the loneliness, and it became as noisy as a market. Shanghai, Huan San Fei, am here. I bought 10 boxes of blue bowls. Brothers, let's have a good time. Did the new version fix the bug that prevented us from being able to run naked? It's here. The ambitious player who has traversed 4 versions. I knew it. The pants-stripping gang has always been lurking and has never left. Speaking of which, did they add any new functions? Since it's so realistic, why not add a reproduction function? Reproduction is the soul of the social system. Coach, I want to shoot it. If we can reproduce, this will be a masterpiece among masterpieces. Countless players shouted excitedly. In the corner of the crowd, a group of professional players came online one after another. The top players of the 4 biggest Chinese clubs were basically all there, as well as Mad Blade, Maple Moon, Pork Bun, and so on. Yo, the level cap of the new version has been raised to level 150. King Admiral looked at the interface and chuckled. The increase in the cost of leveling up is too huge. Second Prince's mouth could not help but twitch, and he felt a slight pain in his liver. The faction interface of the Black Star Corps is still there. The army has not collapsed. Mad Blade, check the faction interface immediately. How can the current Black Star Corps collapse so easily? Maple Moon could not help but mumble softly. The players of the other star fields had to worry about whether their factions would disappear after the version update. They were afraid that the contribution points they had accumulated in the previous versions would go to waste. Thus, stable factions were the most popular. However, the players of the Black Star Corps did not have such worries. After 3 versions, they had a lot of trust in their faction leader, Han Xiao. At the end of the previous version, the position of the army had gradually stabilized. They had made the arcane church suffer, defeated ES God, and obtained a super service called the Evolutionary Totem. Even the players knew that the army had entered the ranks of high-level factions and would not collapse so easily. With the new version opening, the most important thing was to understand what had happened during the version update, as well as the current situation of the universe. This had already become a habit of the players. Many of the players took out their communicators and opened the calendar. They were all shocked by what they saw. Wait, it's Galaxy Calendar year 729. When we went offline, it was year 709, right? Does this mean that the version update this time will take 20 years? I thought that the time span of version 3.0 was long enough, but version 4.0 actually doubled it. Scary, it actually stole 20 years of my time. Mad Blade's expression suddenly changed, and he exchanged glances with Maple Moon. Both of them had a look of excitement in their eyes. It had actually been 20 years. This was not a short period of time. What kind of development would the Black Star Corps have? Just as the two of them were thinking about this, the sound of the communicators suddenly rang out in the hall. Every player had received a new email, which was issued by the Army's internal program. Everyone hurriedly opened it, and virtual screens appeared in front of them one after another. All of them showed Han Xiao's face and played the same video. In the video, Han Xiao was sitting upright, only showing his upper body. His tone was very formal. Comrades of the Army, I'm Black Star. In the past 20 years, we've achieved countless things, especially in the flickering world. The Army already has 10 star systems under our control. It was the hard work of every comrade that created the glory we have today. Now, the flickering world has entered the 4th exploration phase and is officially open to the outside world. The entire universe will flood into this star field. In this era of change, we should seize the opportunity and move forward courageously. Here, in the name of the Army's leader, I'm issuing a flickering world recruitment order to all my comrades. The Army needs you. The flickering world needs you. The short video ended there, and the eyes of the players present gradually widened. They received a lot of information from it. It's the 4th exploration phase now. When we went offline, the first phase was not over yet. The Army has 10 star systems under its control in the flickering world. What's going on? What has the Army done in the past 20 years? Countless people's hearts itched with curiosity. What they did not know was that this video was a cut scene that Han Xiao had specially tailored for the players to help them understand the situation quickly. This time, Hao Tian suddenly realized something. By the way, now that the flickering world is in the 4th exploration phase, is our main storyline mission still there? Hearing this, the pro players reacted. Their original main storyline mission was still in the 1st exploration phase. Now that the version update had directly pushed it to 20 years later, would the mission be canceled? If it was gone, it would be a huge loss. Everyone hurriedly opened the interface to take a look and heaved a sigh of relief. The Flickering World main storyline mission was still there, but the mission requirements had changed. It was to build the territory of the Black Star Core and explore a few star clusters in the 4th phase. Although there are some changes, it's still an exploration. Many players shook their heads, but they weren't that excited. In fact, some of them even disagreed. They were curious about the information revealed in the video, but they were not that interested in the Flickering World mission. This was because the Army players had already tasted this mission in the previous version. Although the exploration target had changed now, the way the mission was handled was still the same as before. Exploring a new star field was indeed quite refreshing, but they lacked the opportunity to fight. In the previous version, many players were tired of the Flickering World main storyline and would rather return to the Shattered Star Ring to do missions than continue exploring. This situation was actually normal, because the Flickering World main storyline that the Army players came into contact with in version 3.0 was actually only a half-finished product. Only the Dynasty organizations were exploring, so there was naturally a lack of competition. But right at this moment, everyone was suddenly stunned as they suddenly realized something. Black Star just said that the Flickering World was open to the public? So, the organizations of the other star fields had finally entered? Then what about the players of the other star fields? Mad Blade quickly checked online and quickly confirmed the authenticity of the news. Not only that, the organizations of the various star fields also recruited a large number of supers as manpower and transported them to the Flickering World in batches. The biggest impact of the mobilization of the entire universe on the players was that the cross-star field channel was completely open. Compared to the previous version, the players now had the required channel to cross star fields. Everyone present hurriedly logged onto the forums. As expected, the entire forums were in an uproar because of this news. Mad Blade instantly understood. His eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed, "This is the world's server." All the players born in the various star fields could finally come to the same stage and gather in the Flickering World. What did this mean? National war? Galaxy Daily's guesses of crossing star fields had come true. All the players in the hall were in an uproar. So it's the world's server. Ha 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 ha. I knew that this day would come sooner or later. We can finally fight in a national war. My spear can't wait any longer. The next moment, everyone suddenly realized that the Flickering World was the world's server of this version. But as the Army players, they had already entered it in the previous version. What kind of advantage was this? The expressions of the many Army players changed, and they were overjoyed. Chapter 10:13. The records clearly recorded the major achievements of the Black Star Corps before the version update 20 years ago. Mad Blade set up a search window and filtered out the achievements of the Army from year 709 to year 729 in the Galaxy Calendar. The first thing he saw was a line of bold records. Galaxy Calendar year 710. Black Star became a mechanical deity. This term instantly caused a huge impact on Mad Blade's young mind. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was that Black Star had become a god. Mad Blade calmed himself down, checked the information, and realized that the mechanical deity did not mean God, but the name of a divine throne mechanic. This meant that Black Star had already become a pinnacle beyond Grade A Super. That scared me. I thought that old Black was about to ascend. Mad Blade heaved a sigh of relief and could not wait to continue reading. He realized that a few major events had happened in the same year. First, the end of the first exploration phase. The Army obtained the first batch of 7-star systems and became the largest armed organization in the flickering world. The Germinal Financial Group was established and became the subsidiary financial organization of the Army. They started a business war with the Limitless Financial Group in many areas. The Super Academy plan was implemented, and the Black Star Corps had already established tens of thousands of super academies in the Shattered Star Ring, grooming countless supers. A considerable number of them chose to become members of the Army. At the same time, after Black Star became a mechanical deity, he fought with the Tyrant again and defeated him with just one avatar, establishing his position as the strongest person in the Shattered Star Ring. Not long after, the Mecha Empire invaded, and a conflict broke out between the two sides. In the end, the dynasty came to the rescue of the Mecha Empire and forced them to retreat. Just by looking at the records, Mad Blade could feel the turbulence of that period. This period of time seemed to be the watershed of the Army's activities. After that, the Army entered a stable period of low-key development. Black Star withdrew from the list of strong contenders and quietly farmed in the flickering world. This lasted until year 716, when the Kundi Race War broke out. This was the first quasi-star cluster-level native civilization to be destroyed. However, there were very few records of this period of history, and there was only a rough summary. The only valuable clue that Mad Blade obtained was that the Black Star Corps was now in charge of the Kundi race's transformation, and this mission had already lasted for 13 years. After the war with the Kundi race, the Army maintained its dormant development style during the second and third exploration phases. It was only recently that they showed their prowess once again. The Army welcomed its second Beyond Grade A, and it was surprisingly someone he was familiar with. Hela has reached the Beyond Grade A Super. When Mad Blade saw the name, his eyes widened in shock. None of the players who were born in Blue Star were unfamiliar with Hela, be it the villain Crimson Snake in version 1.0 or the one who fought side by side with her during the mutation disaster in version 2.0. Her image was deeply imprinted in the minds of all the old Blue Star players. The main reason was because of Hela's stunning appearance. All the old players knew about the grudges between Black Star and Hela, which had been entangled from Blue Star all the way to the universe. She was also an old friend who had appeared a long time ago. Mad Blade had spent 4 versions of effort for the Army, and the Army was already his faction in his heart. Now that his faction had a new backer, Mad Blade was pleasantly surprised. Suppressing his excitement, Mad Blade flipped to the end of the resume. The most recent major event was the Meeting of the Gods held by Black Star, which gathered 70 to 80 Beyond Grade as together. Seeing the terrifying influence Black Star had, his heart skipped a beat, and he was so shocked that he almost forgot to breathe. After 20 years, Black Star's position in the universe had already reached such a level. Oh my God! Before Frenzied Sword could recover from his shock, a burst of loud laughter suddenly rang out beside him, scaring him out of his wits. Wahahaha! This feels good. Poor Bun placed his hands on his waist and laughed out loud. His mouth was so wide that it looked like it was about to split open. His smile was like that of a vicious dog. What are you laughing at? Mad Blade covered his ears with a confused expression. Look, in the 20 years since the version update, how much history has Black Star accumulated? It's all video material. This is a treasure. Port Bun was overjoyed. With so much material, he did not have to worry about not having anything to do. He was prepared to record all the deeds of the Army during the update period to help the Army players understand the history of the Army. Just thinking about it, he knew that it would definitely be a selling point. Thinking of this, Bun Hit Dog glanced around and realized that many people were holding onto their communicators to check the Army's resume. He could not help but open up the forums and display his ability as the #1 paparazzi. He posted the Army's resume that he had simply sorted out and gave it an eye-catching title. Shocking. 20 years of the Army. With the opening of the new version, countless players were excitedly exchanging information on the forums. As soon as the post was posted, it attracted a lot of attention in the Shattered Star Ring. Army Commander's Big PP. I'm impressed. Old Black is really amazing. Alchemist. Old Black has lasted from the first version until now. He's a legend that started from scratch. Is there anyone else in the universe who is more amazing than him? Silly Cat. The idea of the brother above really makes one's imagination run wild. Magnetic Link. I didn't expect Hela to also become a beyond grade A super. Speaking of which, do you still remember Black Star's background? He was a traitor of the Germinal Organization, and Hela was also a member of the Germinal Organization. TSK, this is scary. Causeway Bay's Sidhu Haunan. 2 beyond grade as popped up from an organization on a small planet. Black Star is indeed a universe-level protagonist-type character. Mysterious Man. The Germinal Organization is not dead. It's just hibernating. Mad Blade was engrossed in the forums when he was suddenly dragged to the dock by Maple Moon. Stop looking. Let's go to the flickering world as soon as possible. With someone taking the lead, all the players in the Black Star Corps headquarters moved and swarmed to the dock like a tide. The forums, which had been silent for a long time, became extremely lively. After the scattered army players understood the situation of the version, they immediately headed to the nearest army base and boarded the fleet to the flickering world. No one was willing to miss the world server. As a member of the Black Star Corps, since they had such a huge advantage, they could not waste it. In the eyes of the professional clubs, the fact that the Chinese players in the Shattered Star Ring had such a huge faction advantage was simply asking for their lives. The various guilds hurriedly held private meetings to discuss. The situation is not good. The main storyline of this version is too advantageous for the Chinese players. The world server is right next to the Shattered Star Ring, and they even went there in advance. Our guilds have entered the world server, so it will be very difficult for us to compete with the top Chinese guilds like Dynasty and Long Sky. We will definitely be at a disadvantage in a guild war, which might affect the growth of our professional players. 3 of the top 4 spots in the previous version were taken by the Chinese. This time, we can't let them continue to dominate. This is troublesome. The Black Star Corps is the local tyrant in the world server and is the backer of the Chinese players. Do we have to turn around and join the Black Star Corps? The professional players and the main force of the guild can only go to the higher faction. It will be very difficult for them to switch to another faction. Otherwise, their efforts in the previous versions will be wasted. That's right. Even if we switch factions, we won't be able to compete with the accumulation of the Chinese players in the Black Star Corps. Let's observe the situation first and see how the Chinese guilds respond. If it's not ideal, we might have to unite the clubs of the other countries. Although it was only the first day of the new version, the opening of the world server made the clubs of the various star fields unable to sit still. There was no helping it. The faction advantage of the Chinese players was just too great. The strong teams like America, France, Korea, and Japan all had thoughts of forming an alliance. All the players have moved. After hearing Philip's report, Han Xiao secretly smiled. With the opening of the flickering world and the expansion of the explored universe, the flow of people in this star field had skyrocketed. There were vacancies everywhere, and opportunities were everywhere. The advantage that the Black Star Corps had accumulated for so long could finally be put to good use. To him, this was not the exploration stage, but the harvest stage. With a territory, it was like sitting on a fishing platform. The outsiders would continuously bring him benefits, and he had turned from a chess piece to a chess player. The profits of the ruling class were incomparable. With countless organizations competing here, the players would have a huge amount of mission resources, countless channels to obtain experience, and many opportunities to fight. However, the new version has just opened. It won't be so easy to harvest experience, Han Xiao thought to himself. The main goal of the players now was to continue leveling up. Most of the experience earned would be invested into leveling up. These were all seedlings that still needed to be fertilized. It was not time for him to harvest them on a large scale. If he wanted to level up quickly, he would have to wait for the players to accumulate experience for a while. However, Han Xiao was not in a hurry. The army store had added many new things. No matter how stingy the players were, he could make them willingly pay. The efficiency of accumulating experience was much higher than doing it alone. His level, which had been stagnant for a long time, could finally rise quickly. The players from various countries flooding into the world server was the best time to expand his leak farm. Now that the Black Star core attracted foreign players, Han Xiao no longer needed to do much. The advantages and reputation accumulated over the past few versions were the core attraction. The greater the advantage that the army players had in the flickering world, the greater the attraction of the Black Star core. However, it was precisely because the advantage was too great that Han Xiao guessed that some of the foreign clubs might work together to fight against the Chinese players. Therefore, helping the army players was imperative. In his previous life, in version 4.0, clubs from various countries constantly formed alliances and betrayed each other. Things like making distant friends and attacking those close to them, forming alliances, besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, and attacking Guo under false pretenses. It felt like the Warring States period. According to his plan, in version 4.0, he would use the army's territory as his base and provide resources to help the army players develop. At the same time, he would use the strength of the players to cause trouble, attack the opponents, protect his own organization, and absorb more players to satisfy his leveling needs. Modo civilization, primal chaos, mysterious energy. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. The players had just come online, and it would take some time for the players of the various star fields to all come to the flickering world. Apart from the players, these two matters were the most important for him to deal with. The Kundi race's mission required him to take revenge on the Modo civilization. Back then, the dynasty had told him to wait until the flickering world opened up before fully implementing the plan. Now, the Modo civilization's troops had also entered the flickering world. On his home ground, Han Xiao had 100 ways to make the Modo civilization unable to survive. The mission reward was the proof of leadership talent, which was very useful to the leader of a large organization like himself. Han Xiao had waited for more than 10 years, and now he could finally make his move. Furthermore, the time for the primal chaos, mysterious energy to appear was almost here. There would probably be many organizations fighting over it. Han Xiao had already sent troops to the coordinates marked by ES God's Legacy. He had made 2 preparations and specifically looked up the host in his previous life. If his memory served him right, it should be an ordinary person named Evans. Now, he had already grasped Evans' location. He was also in the flickering world and was under his surveillance. If no one under him could control the primal chaos mysterious energy, he would pull out the host in his previous life, and it would definitely work. While thinking, Han Xiao asked Philip, "Find out where the Modo civilization is. Find out where the Modo civilization's fleet is. I'll give them a big gift first. A young, decadent dragon's demon hunting cooking manual. He's an old author, so his standards are guaranteed. Introduction. When night falls, murmurs will ring in his ears, and the monsters in the shadows will become restless. Jason's hungry stomach will begin to rumble, and he can't help but swallow his saliva. Hunger is the best spur." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.